Okay. Good morning. We are on the record in case number 2024-00125, electronic tariff filing of Louisville Gas and Electric Company to revise its local gas delivery service tariff. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. With me today are Commissioner Mary Pat Regan and Commissioner Joan Wells Stacy. If you have cellular telephones, please turn them off or put them on silent, please. The purpose of today's hearing is for taking evidence in this matter. At this time, I'll have entry of appearance of counsel. For the applicant?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Monica Braun from Stallkeene and Ogden. I'm here on behalf of Louisville Gas and Electric Company.
And I'm Sarah Judd, in-house counsel, senior counsel with LG&E.
Okay. And for the interveners?
Hi, Matt Malone, a Fort Decorative Man on behalf of MSD, and I have Mr. James Gellner with me, as well as Zonetta English and Kelly Watson of MSD.
Okay. As co-counsel or witness for sure?
This is the witness.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And for staff?
Amanda Lawson and Mariah Tussey for Commission staff.
Okay. I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, public notice was filed on the record November 1st, 2024.
Okay. And I believe there is a motion for deviation pending at this time regarding that notice. Would you like to tell me about that motion?
Yes, certainly. Unfortunately, the Edmonton Herald News did not publish the notice as planned. There were 17 newspapers that supposed to have published it. 16 did, but unfortunately Edmonton did not. It has a circulation of about 3,000 customers, but Louisville Courier-Journal and other large newspapers in the area did publish the notice as planned.
Okay. Unless the other commissioners object, I would grant that motion. No.
Thank you.
And we'll get that order out.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, if anyone is wishing to provide public comment, make yourself known in the courtroom. Seeing none and being advised that we don't have any pending who have requested the opportunity to comment remotely, I'll just note that anyone who does wish to provide public comment may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. Written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. And let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for the past day. All right, let's move on to presentation of evidence. Counsel, call your first witness.
Sure. And our first witness will be Mr. Thomas Reith. And because this was filed as a tariff filing, initially, LG&E did not submit direct testimony in this matter, and I wanted to ask if we could do 5 to 10 minutes of direct testimony this morning with the thought that it may help streamline some of the presentation of evidence.
You did file rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Does anyone have an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection to some direct? Follow with me.
Thank you.
Mr. Reith, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, you may lower your hand. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Tom C. Reith, and my business address is 6900 Enterprise Drive in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, counsel.
And also, just Mr. Reith will have his materials at the stand, a written copy, and then there's also a laptop that only has the record from this case at the witness stand, just so everyone knows what materials he has.
No, what's that?
We're having a technical difficulty.
Well, wait a second.
No 911.
Oh, well. It's just gonna be the way it is.
All right. Mr. Reith, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm the Vice President of Gas Operations at Louisville Gas and Electric.
And did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And are you also the sponsor of the data request that LG&E submitted in this case?
I am.
And do you have any corrections or update to your testimony
I do not have any corrections or updated to my testimony
or your data responses?
or my data responses other than what was filed.
And you adopt your pre-filed testimony and responses as your testimony today?
I do.
And as I mentioned, we're just going to go through a few questions with you, Mr. Reef. Could you describe at a high level the service that LG&E provides under the LGDS tariff?
Sure. So the LGDS tariff is a transportation service, and it's looking to provide LG&E to take gas from a local gas distributor or local gas production. So it could be a well, or in this case, RNG, could be connected directly to the system via pipeline. And we can transport that gas to a pool supplier on our system. And so it's really, from a paper standpoint, somebody would be providing that, and we would have one of our pool suppliers or a large customer, potentially an FT customer, purchase that from that developer or producer.
Does LG&E have any customers taking service under this tariff yet?
We do not currently have any customers.
What type of revisions has LG&E proposed to the tariff?
Sure. And so back in 2016, we initially filed this LGDS tariff, and we were starting to get a few requests or interest in RNG, and then also the potential for having wellhead production, a couple different examples of that. So we went ahead and put our tariff in, and over a period of time, as we started to get some more inquiries and learning more about RNG, and you know, the industry was beginning to have more of an emphasis in our industry. We thought it was the right time to go ahead and work with a consultant to update our gas specifications. And primarily, we wanted to work with our gas specifications to make sure that the gas we put onto our system would be safe, and that we had the correct type of specifications and verification and monitoring within the tariff.
And much of the information in the record refers to heating value. Could you just take a moment and explain what heating value means?
Sure. So the heating value of the gas is really the amount of heat provided per unit volume. We usually see that measured in BTUs per cubic feet, and that can vary depending upon the composition of the gas. And so you can have a higher value at times. We typically, in our tariff, says that we're going to provide an average value of about 1,050 BTUs. And that can be in a range. It can be higher or lower just depending upon the composition of the gas.
Thank you. And at a high level, are there differences between what I'm going to call traditional natural gas and the heat content of renewable natural gas?
Yes, and so the primary difference is the gas produced through the RNG process. The primary heat component of that is methane, and in the natural gas that we're seeing off the interstate pipelines produced from geologic production also includes some heavier hydrocarbons like ethane and propane in small amounts, but that ethane and propane provide a higher heating value to the gas that's coming from the geologic production. And so that's a primary difference. Of the RNG just doesn't have the heavier hydrocarbons in it.
Thank you. And then the last question, in reviewing the record, there are many mentions of different heating values, LG&E's heating values, MSD's, and with leave, if we could approach with an exhibit, please.
Do you have copies for everyone?
We do.
Thank you. Sorry.
And Mr. Reed, have you seen this document before?
I have.
And can you describe what is on this exhibit, please?
Sure. And so this document provides heating values, and if you look at the chart, the horizontal line, it provides a scale starting at about 969 BTUs, and that would be based upon the testimony that we've seen in the responses, where MSD would be proposing to have their RNG come into the system. Then if you look, the scale goes to 10 BTUs, and we come up to a series of heating values on the right-hand side. The 1050 BTUs is the LG&E's tariff delivery value, so that's the average BTU heating value that we've seen. Then the 1060 BTU is the weighted average delivered to LG&E in 2023, and that was from our interstate pipelines that we get our gas off of. And then the yellow flag that's at 1035 BTUs is the proposed LGDS minimum value for BTU to be injected onto the system. And then the 1070 BTUs is the proposed LGDS maximum value for the BTU to be injected onto the system.
And what is on the second page of the exhibit?
And on the second page of the exhibit is the source information for where these BTU values came from.
Thank you. We would move to admit this as LG&E Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
And that concludes the direct testimony, and MSD is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Reith.
Good morning.
Matt Mullen from MSD. I was going to start off with, first thought I had is LG&E has been working with MSD on their RNG project since about 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Was MSD consulted, or was any input requested from MSD prior to LG&E filing this latest tariff with the PSC?
We had communications with MSD on a number of occasions. We were planning to file this and planning to make changes to the gas specifications, as we talked about previously, that as we were gaining more experience and seeing that RNG, is definitely a burgeoning industry, wanted to look at our specifications and see if we needed to make any adjustments. So we communicated as early as March of 2023 that we planned to hire a consultant, and had actually hired a consultant at that time, and we're looking at the gas specifications and had planned to make changes, including increasing the BTU content.
Let me ask you this. What was the basis of the heating values in the Wabi Index in the original 2016 tariff?
So in the original 2016 tariff, the heating values and the Wabi Index was based upon the tariffs that we currently have in place with the Texas Gas and Tennessee Gas transmission lines that provide gas to us from the interstate pipelines.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. And so we have tariffs with our interstate pipelines, and the interstate pipelines that we receive gas from are the Texas Gas transmission system and the Tennessee Gas transmission system. And we have a minimum heating value as part of that tariff, or actually it's their tariff that they provide. And so the minimum heating values that we used on the LGDS tariff were originally the minimum values provided to us from the Texas and the Tennessee Gas tariffs.
So are you telling us that Tennessee and Texas Gas, their minimum guidelines are basically 970?
That's their minimum guidelines. Yes, that's not the BTU content we've been experiencing over the last several years.
So they could ship gas on your system with a minimum heating value of 970?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I kind of asked this a little bit before, but did LG&E contact or meet or correspond with any RNG entities or RNG advocacy groups prior to filing their latest tariff with the PSC?
We have not met with RNG advocacy groups prior to filing the tariff changes. We worked with a consultant in the industry that's very familiar with the RNG industry and specifications for it, and that's who we worked with to put our specifications together for the tariff.
Okay. So I guess the answer is no, that you guys didn't meet with any RNG advocacy.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. looking at this exhibit, the heating values that your council just passed down, how is the weighted average of 1,060 BTU value calculated?
So for the heating values that we have over the course of a year, it's calculated based upon that average content and then the volume of gas. So it's a weighted average based upon the volume we receive at a certain BTU and then calculated as a weighted average.
So the expert you were talking about, that's Entrust, correct?
Entrust was providing, we worked with them on the propane blending. The
Okay.
Rethink was the consultant that we used to look at the gas specifications and verification and monitoring requirements.
Yeah. The report that was attached in the data request responses from Entrust, blending gas with propane was considered a solution for RNG entities to comply with the new tariff gas quality requirements, correct?
Could you ask that question again, just to make sure I understand?
Yeah,
please?
so basically what I'm getting at is propane was an option to allow for RNG providers to meet the gas heating requirements that LG&E is suggesting.
Correct, propane is an option. Yes.
Okay. Propane systems would require a storage tank, process piping, instrumentation and controls, and offloading station, correct?
Yes, that was in the Entrust report, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that these systems which store and offload and blend gas such as propane could result in the facility being regulated under OSHA?
We saw in the testimony provided by Mr. Gellner that that was a possibility that it could be. The understanding that we had based upon the responses in the testimony said it was a may. We didn't see it was definitively that it was going to be, but yes.
And specifically, we're talking about the Clean Air Act and the RMP rule, basically due to the additional quantities of flammable gas. So that is something that's on your radar that you guys are aware of, correct?
Yes, we were aware of the information that was provided in the testimony and in the testimony.
Were the capital cost and regulatory requirements for these flammable gas storage for propane and offloading systems considered as part of Entrust evaluation or any other analysis completed by LG&E?
So we were really concerned primarily as we filed this tariff and changed our gas specifications on the safety for our customers to use gas that would come onto our system. And safety from a standpoint not only to make sure that the gas wouldn't provide any potential harm, but then also could be used on the appliances, wouldn't have any issues on the end use for that. And then also for the financial piece of it with a lower BTU content. So we really didn't, as part of our evaluation for the tariff, consider the cost associated with the blending.
Okay. When LG&E drafted the latest gas quality requirements, in other words, the heating content, did LG&E review or otherwise consider any other, I'm going to describe this as an RNG carve-out provision to allow RNG injection to the system similar to other large utilities like Pacific Gas and Electric?
We did not really do a review of what other utilities were doing in terms of the RNG. We were basing our information on working with our consultant and also just our experience with our system.
Okay, so you guys haven't looked at, well, I want to say you guys, LG&E hasn't looked into what Columbia Gas does or any of the LDCs in Kentucky?
In terms of the BTU content, the gas specifications, that was based upon the work we did with the consultant and then our own experience with our system.
Let me ask a follow-up to what you just said.
Okay.
One thing that I was curious about, because I think the staff asked a question about that, the consultant that you worked with, they didn't recommend increasing the heating value, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you all independently came to this decision?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other utilities that have that's or that are recommending the heating value that you all are?
We really didn't do an exhaustive review of what other utilities were doing. I mean, we were basing on the experience that we have with our system and understanding the heating value that we had seen over the last several years and the difference between that and what the RNG would have.
Okay. What is LG&E's acceptable variation of heating value under normal operations for individual customers?
So our average value is 1,050 that's in the tariff. And I probably need to do a follow-up post-data hearing request on that to make sure I had the number correct on what our variation is. We do have one, but I want to make sure I have that correct.
With your permission, Chairman, would it be okay to have a post-hearing data request on that?
Yeah.
REE Energy and Entrust both performed evaluations on issues related to acceptance of RNG, but both focused on how to equalize heating values in the Wabi Index. Did LG&E consider any feasibility metrics for acceptance of RNG at lower heating values based on normal variations of heating value in the distribution system?
So what we did look at when we were put together the lower minimum BTU value is the minimum that we had seen. And I believe we had that in our direct testimony, or in our data responses, excuse me. And we had seen a lower value of 1,030 BTUs. The weighted value that we talked about in 2023 was 1,060 BTUs. And so the range that we put together was really looking at kind of the minimum that we've seen from a heating value standpoint in the last year and what we've really seen over the last several years, and then also the maximum that we've seen from the gas that's been coming onto our system.
Texas and Tennessee Gas, you've already alluded to the fact that they are allowed to ship gas on your system at a minimum heating value of 970. So one of the things that in your testimony is that there's potential financial harm to customers potentially by the lower
Yes.
heating value. So what would happen if Texas Gas starts shipping gas to you guys at 975?
Sure, and so that could happen. And, we have experienced in the past lower heating values than that. But I think the thing that we have looked at is that that's going to be consistent over the entire system. So one customer is going to be seeing basically the same heating value, maybe lower, but it's going to be consistent across the system. And the concern, and really what brought us to changing the tariff value on the RNG, is that the RNG would be injected into a portion of the system. That area around that would be subject to a significantly lower heating value than the rest of the system. So certainly could get a lower heating value coming off of Texas or Tennessee, but it would be consistent across all of our customers versus just a certain number.
I'll come back to that.
All right?
Yep. Did LG&E consider heating value impact to its individual customers in more detail than the percent RNG potential reaching those customers?
So the way that we really ended up looking at that, we did some modeling, and that was included in my rebuttal testimony, and the modeling certainly in the case for MSD and what we would see with other types of injection points, not just MSD, but in terms of the LGDS tariff and other potential developers, is the RNG would end up impacting a certain number of customers depending on how that system was loaded at the time, the temperature, the amount of usage. It can vary quite a bit. So the way that we ended up looking at this particular one is the value we were provided by MSD is they would produce about 320 million BTUs from the RNG, and that's about 320,000 MCF, which is 1,000 cubic feet. And if we take a look at our current billing costs that we have right now, the 320 million BTUs would be a cost of about $200,000 that would be spread across some customer group.
Did LG&E consider heating value impact to its individual customers if the majority of the RNG produced by MSD is input onto LG&E's system, but mostly fed back into MSD's system?
So, again, kind of going back, based upon the modeling, what we would see if the RNG was injected onto our main, that we would see our retail customers in some volume, some consumption, would still see the RNG coming onto the system. And so, again, our concern was taking a look for our customers, and there's going to be a cost of energy. There's going to be lower energy coming onto the system, and so that was our primary concern in looking at the lower BTU content.
Okay. Let's run through the scenarios that you put in your rebuttal testimony.
Sure. Do you mind if I turn to those?
That's great.
Thank you.
And while he's turning to that, I believe that exhibit is confidential.
Yeah, I'm going to try and stay away from the,
Okay.
I'm just going to
Thank you.
kind of talk through it. I'm not going to get into that.
If you think you've got to object quickly.
Yeah, tell me
Yes.
if I go too far, you let me know, but I just want to kind of run through the scenarios.
Certainly.
Sure. And let me know when you're ready.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Malone.
No problem. All right, so scenario one we suggested was, or I should say LG&E suggested was a very cold day. At -9 degrees Fahrenheit. Where did are you picking it out of one day? Is this where it's coming from per month?
So what we did was really take a look at 4 different scenarios. And again, there are so many different scenarios that we could have ran. The modeling software that we use is, it's a industry standard type software, and we use that for a lot of our hydraulic modeling. And so we can have numerous different scenarios we looked at. So what we did was take a look. On the first scenario was an extreme cold day, as you said, -9 degree average temperature. And that's what we would consider to be really a max usage type of a situation in our system. Then the other 2 scenarios, or the second and third scenario, are taking a look at really an average cold day. So if you look at the second scenario, it's an average temperature of about 30 degrees. And then a warm day is scenario 3, average temperature about 65. And then the fourth scenario is really what I would say is kind of an extreme, kind of the bookend to the cold. And it's a warm day, and we're also assuming that we don't have very much load for our FT customers, which is our firm transportation customers. It's our larger customers in the system. And we're just assuming they would not have much load on the system. So we were kind of taking a look at 2 extremes in the first and the fourth scenario, and then the second and third were really days that we would see in a year.
Under these assumptions, I'm under the impression that LG&E is assuming a maximum month of RNG production.
Could you say it again, please?
In other words, under these assumptions, these
Yes.
4 scenarios.
Yes.
When I look at this, what it appears to me is that LG&E assumed that MSD is going to be maximum RNG at the tip top of what they can produce RNG.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be for a month. And so these are all scenarios based upon hourly modeling. And so we did consider, and the maximum usage that we saw was 60,000 cubic feet an hour was maximum production. And without really experience of knowing how that's going to be done, we didn't know if it would be, produce a max and then maybe lower, or exactly how that would work. We did consider a max hourly usage in our modeling.
Subject to check, if I told you that the maximum monthly RNG production rate would only really occur like 1 or 2 days on the month, is that possible in your mind?
We only had what we could go with on the testimony and on the direct responses, and certainly as we gain more information that might change, but that's the information we had to go by.
Okay. Scenario 4, which one is that? That's the average warm day of 65 degrees Fahrenheit?
Scenario 4 is the average temperature of 65 degrees F, and that's the one where I would consider that to be kind of an extreme case of it's warm, and we also have virtually no load in our firm transportation customers. So that'd be a very low load in that type of a day.
I was going to say, that was my question is
Yeah.
can you think of an actual experience that LG&E's had where gas demand on the system's been almost 0?
It would be a very low day, but we felt like it was also kind of the booking case to the extreme cold, and so kind of give us 2 ends of an extreme, and then the 2 middle cases would be more typical of what we would see during the year.
Here's something that we've been trying to figure out as well, is you know, all right, Texas and Tennessee Gas are shipping gas up, or down, I should say, actually, because it's coming north to south these days from the shale.
Yes, Texas can. Yes.
Right. So, under these scenarios, it appears to us that the gas would diffuse. In other words, the gas with Texas and Tennessee Gas and the RNG are going to diffuse together, correct?
Well, and I think that's what's happening. If you take a look at the models, because the gas that would be coming into our main, which would be the RNG gas at the ejection point there at the Morris Pharma plant, it is coming in at the main. It's going to mix with the gas that's in that system, and then that's what's going to cause it to be going to other retail customers.
So, okay, let me run through a little bit of math with you. I hate to do this to you, but let me try and see
Okay.
if we can try and figure this out a little bit.
Okay.
If the RNG has a heating content of 967 BTU,
Yes.
it still only makes up 49% of the gas supply to that customer, so under scenario 3,
Okay.
okay? So you need to take the weighted average of the two gas streams to see what is truly making its way to the customer, correct?
So you're looking at the gas that is already on the system
Mhm.
that's coming off of our interstate pipeline supplies,
Right.
and then the gas that would be coming off the RNG.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just kind of run through the math here.
Okay.
But basically, at 0.49 times 967, and then you take 0.51, the other 51%, times 1,035. By my math, that's a BTU content of 1,002 that's going to go to the customer.
But it's 320 million BTUs that would be coming onto the system, and over the course of a year, that is $200,000 worth of energy that would LG&E customers would be paying in order to have that RNG come onto the system. And you know, the other thing too, we have to take a look at from the LGDS tariff standpoint. It's not just RNG, it's not just MSD. I mean, it's not an MSD tariff. It's a tariff that we'll be providing other customers, and so we have to take a look at how that impacts our customers across the system if we're talking about that particular case.
You're agreeing with his math,
Yes.
but just describing the impact.
Yes, sorry, yes.
So I think under your modeling, though, it's as though there was no diffusion. Is that accurate?
That's inaccurate.
Inaccurate.
That's correct.
Okay.
Our modeling is showing what percentage of gas, the amount of RNG that would be in certain parts of our system based upon the being injected into the system with our other gas. So it is showing, and if you look at that model, if you look at the results, it'll show in some areas there's 0 to 24% RNG, 25 to 49% RNG. So that's looking at the other part of that. The other part of that gas is the pipeline gas that we would have coming off the system.
And we don't know this for a fact, but obviously Texas or Tennessee Gas could be shipping gas closer to 1,000. They could do that.
They could, but we do know because we have chromatographs on both the interstate pipeline systems, so we do know what the BTU content is. And as we had in our direct testing, our data responses, over 2023, it was an average of about 1,060 BTUs.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit here, we'll come back to that. Rather than inject RNG into the distribution system, did LG&E consider allowing the RNG to be injected into the transmission line?
So we could consider injecting into a transmission line. The closest transmission line that's located to the facility, it is a transmission system, but it's basically kind of a dead-end type of a system. And so it would have similar issues as what we have with the distribution in that particular case. It would have times where you would have very low flow, and any customer on that system would receive a significant amount of RNG as well.
And so the commissioners understand what I'm getting at, how much gas flows through the transmission line?
It varies throughout the year.
But it's a heck of a lot more than the distribution.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It just depends on the time of the year, where it's at in the system, what customers are drawing gas off of it. You know, that number could be, you know, a lot of different numbers. And specifically the one that's closest to MSD.
Okay. So traditionally, transmission typically has more gas go through than distribution.
The purpose of the transmission lines, traditionally, you do have more gas flowing through. But we're an LDC, and so we're not an interstate pipeline company. So our transmission is used to feed our distribution system. So the flow going through the transmission lines is very much based upon how much usage we have during the entire year. So, you know, during a warm summer, like we talked about with scenario 3, there may not be very much gas flowing in the system in total. So it really depends upon the time of the year and the amount of load that we have in the system.
As a percentage of the gas, I think it would diffuse more greatly, for lack of a better way to describe it, in the transmission line. Is that accurate?
We would have to do modeling. I mean,
So
you
you
know,
have-
before I would answer, there's so many scenarios that I think it's too general to answer that.
Could we do a post-hearing data request on that?
We could do a post-hearing data request, but we would need a very specific scenario.
Okay.
Yeah.
You agree with me that LG&E issued an RFP in May of 2024 for new projects from solar, wind, and hydroelectric providers to begin in 2026?
I'm sorry, can you,
LG&E just issued an RFP in May to requesting additional, I don't remember the amount of megawatts, but it was a significant amount of megawatts from solar, wind, and hydro. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar that we are issuing it, but it's in terms of when and the details of it, I'm not very, I would not be very knowledgeable with that.
Okay. You're familiar that PP&L is committed to net zero emissions by 2050.
Yes,
Okay. 70% reduction by 2035, 80% reduction by 2040, and 100% reduction by 2050. Does that ring a bell?
yes,
Okay, all right. You agree that for PP&L to reach net zero, that the energy will have to come from a variety of sources?
I would agree with that.
With the chair's permission, I was just going to hand out just a exhibit. You guys got it.
Very good. Thanks.
Yep.
Share if you need me to.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. All right. All right. I'll give you a second to take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Are you familiar with NiSource?
Yes, I definitely wear nice horse.
Okay, all right. No, their forward statement in the article is an important part of NiSource's sustainability plan involves increasing the use of RNG. As an alternate to pipeline gas, RNG is fully interchangeable with conventional natural gas and we believe provides many of the same safe and reliable usage benefits for customers. In some ways, it could provide a greater benefit than conventional natural gas because it captures more greenhouse gases than it emits. As it pertains to RNG, do you agree with NiSource?
So I would agree with NiSource that RNG certainly is increasingly has more play in our industry, and we're starting to see more of it come on, I think, and certainly a bigger part. Yeah, but I do not agree with the part on the interchangeability. I think the interchangeability, and as I looked at it, and I think the Rethink document also talked about that, a lot of what they describe with the interchangeability piece is that it can be used on the system safely. It doesn't cause, harm to our customers. It can be used interchangeably in terms of the appliances, so it doesn't cause issues with the appliances downstream as well. So more of a safety and more of the ability to use it onto the system. So the piece that I would disagree with, or at least I would need more information from NiSource to see exactly all of their tariff and what their gas specifications are. In our case, I do not believe that it's interchangeable with the BTU content with the interstate pipeline gas that we receive.
Let me follow up then, how so, because I think we've already kind of plowed this ground a little bit, that the minimum content that's allowed from Texas and Tennessee is 970, so why wouldn't it be interchangeable?
As we talked about earlier, as I mentioned earlier, that is a minimum tariff, or a minimum in the tariff. And we could see that gas. It could come onto our system. But if we do see that from interstate pipeline systems, then we're going to see all of our customers are going to be receiving that amount. So, in the case of that, we wouldn't have customers that one group would be receiving 1,050 BTUs and another group would be receiving 970. It would be 970 across the system. And so that's the part from the interchangeability standpoint. If most of our customers are receiving 1,050 on average, and then the group that's around the RNG, whether it's MSD or whether it's another RNG facility, they would be having a lower BTU content. And that's really our concern. And, one thing I think that's important to note is that, we do support and we would like to have RNG come onto the system. And we're putting this tariff out here and, we're trying to make sure it's going to be safe, that it comes onto the system. But we just think it's an important question to ask because there is a cost of energy. And so the lower BTU that's coming onto the system, that cost is going to have to be paid by somebody. And from our standpoint, we don't think that the LG&E customers should be paying for the lower energy just because they're close to one of the RNG facilities.
That leads to another question that I've got then. So RNG systems require transport of gas by LG&E, correct? Well, I mean, if they're putting it on your system.
So the LGDS tariff is a transportation system, so we can take RNG that would be produced, and the RNG, and another point too, is LG&E is not buying the gas. LG&E is just offering the transport service, and so that gas would have to be purchased by a pool supplier or by a larger customer on LG&E's system that's in the firm transportation or the Ryder TS2. So LG&E won't actually buy the gas, but it will transport it to another location on the system.
Okay.
You're required to do so.
So in the tariff, I don't think we're required to do it because it's a transportation service and not a retail type of service. I believe we do talk about in there that if we do offer that, and we are contracted underneath the tariff to do so, but the company does have discretion to make sure it's not going to cause issues or harm with our gas storage and/or our retail customers.
So you believe you would be able to just refuse to transport it?
If they met the requirements and LG&E did not feel that there was an issue that it created. And so one thing, Chair Hatton, that I would point out, on some parts of our system, we would do hydraulic modeling. In some areas, we just may not be able to offer it because we don't have enough gas flowing through that part of the system to take the transportation for the full year at the level. So there are operational considerations that we would have to ensure that we could offer that service, and it wouldn't cause harm to, our customers or the storage.
Just so I'm clear, all right. The RNG gas goes on the system. LG&E is not making any money off the revenue from the transportation, or no revenue from transportation at all?
So the tariff does outline the charges that would be associated with the transportation service. So, yeah, there would be revenue based upon transporting the gas.
Okay, so has LG&E considered that the revenue for transport of RNG could be used for offsets of the financial impacts that you're discussing?
Well, so the customers are going to be paying a higher cost, and we are not going to be able to say, this customer A, we're not going to know exactly how much is going to be impacted by it. We know that the RNG is coming onto the system. Someone's paying for that energy, and then the transportation costs are the costs that we have associated with our transportation of it, and the maintenance and all associated with it. So that cost would not offset the customer's increased cost.
I'd move to introduce the NiSource article, Madam Chair.
No objection.
As interveners one,
Yes, Your Honor.
let it be admitted.
Mr. Reith, you agree with me that it's virtually impossible that any RNG producer alone, without propane, would be able to meet the minimum heating values suggested by LG&E?
I would agree, without injecting some higher BTU content gas, it would be difficult for an RNG producer to meet that minimum value.
Okay. And as a utility, LG&E serves the largest number of customers in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Is that fair?
Yes, on the gas side, for sure.
If LG&E gets what it wants in this tariff proceeding, the Commonwealth of Kentucky's production and use of RNG would be greatly impacted.
I don't think we can say that. We certainly, again, we have a tariff out there, and we do support transporting RNG on the system. We currently wouldn't buy it because of the cost of the RNG itself. But the tariff is out there so that we can provide safe transportation, or transportation that doesn't impact the safety of our customers. And we do feel like that the additional cost of the energy is an important topic to discuss. So understanding that there will be some economic considerations for a company that's looking to put RNG onto the LG&E system, I don't think we can say that it's going to completely, stop it on the LG&E system, but it will be a consideration.
You mentioned safety. I want to make sure that we're clear. We've said there have been two different lines of thought specifically related to increased customer cost. Is that what you meant to say? Because I'm not sure that we have a safety concern, because we're all saying that the minimum value would be in excess of what's allowed by Texas and Tennessee gas, correct?
Sure, and so I think that's a good point. And so the specifications, if you look at the specifications that we changed, there's a number of them on there, and of course we're talking mostly about the BTU content, but we did add other specifications on there, and that's where I'm really kind of talking about safety. So I don't think those are things in terms of this particular case. I haven't heard that there's an issue with the other specifications, and so I would agree that at this point it's really the discussion in terms of this particular instance is really about the BTU side.
Yeah, just so that everyone's clear, you are familiar that MSD had a fairly sophisticated plan in place with respect to removing contaminants and whatnot. Are you familiar with that at all, or do you know?
I'm familiar at a high level with
Okay.
it, and I certainly don't have the details, or don't fully understand all pieces of it. We definitely have to learn more about that.
Okay.
And so let me go back to that. So you're talking about the RNG production piece of that?
Correct.
In terms of to process it? Yeah, and so, you know, from our perspective, we have not heard that there's any concern with the other changes that we made from the gas specification standpoint. So our understanding is that would be an issue. Yeah, it would be an issue to do that. And so that's really from the safety standpoint that we're talking about, is we made changes in the specifications, and part of those changes were to make sure that we were covering some of the trace contaminants that can be, it depends a lot on the feedstock. You know, it could be a lot less if you had food waste or manure, and it can be quite a bit more if you're looking at landfill. And then of course, the wastewater example that we have here. So the specification changes I was mostly referring to from a safety perspective are looking at that.
Okay. Assuming LG&E plans to reach net zero by 2050, is it not including RNG in its transition to a clean energy future?
And really looking at the LGDS tariff, it's a transportation tariff, so this particular tariff wouldn't impact that goal.
Are you familiar with NIPSCO, Northern Indiana Public Service Company?
Yes, I'm familiar with that company.
If I told you that their minimum heating value is 967 for RNG, would you agree with me, subject to check?
Yes, subject to check.
Okay. You're familiar with Columbia Gas of Kentucky, of course.
Yes.
If I told you their minimum heating value is 967 for RNG, would you agree with me, subject to check? Subject to check. Okay. You're familiar with the Public Service Company of North Carolina?
I'm not directly familiar with them.
If I told you their minimum heating value is 980 for RNG, would you agree with me, subject to check?
Yes, I can check it out.
Okay. I think I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Staff?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
All right, I have just a few questions. If you're unable to hear me, let me know, and I can repeat my question a little louder for you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to start off with asking for a little clarification on the tariff.
Sure.
The word local is used very specifically in the tariff, and I understand that in response to, I believe, our first DR, you gave us a definition of the term local gas.
Yes.
But I see the term local used in conjunction with a few other phrases as well, as far as local delivery, and a few other places. Can you define what local means?
Yes. Do you mind if I find it in my response, so I can give you that?
As far as the definition, the previous definition, it was in response to commission staff's first request for information, question number 4.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and so the way that we have defined it in that case is a local gas delivery is a specific type of firm transportation service, and the term local gas, as used in the tariff, refers to gas that is produced at a location, so a gas well, renewable gas production facility, in sufficient proximity to LG&E's pipeline system that the producer would find it economically feasible to interconnect its production with an LG&E pipeline, so LG&E can transport the gas produced to a delivery point.
Okay. So I understand that explains the term local gas, but local in reference to other areas in the tariff where it describes, where the language is used in various revised areas, or proposed revised areas of the tariff.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find
Sure.
an example. Under the availability section, it refers to local production.
Yes, and so in that case, I think the local, the definition that we provided in that data response, I think really would be what we're describing in that case, is the gas would be either from for example, off of a well, or it could be an RNG system that could connect directly to the LG&E gas system via pipeline.
Okay, so just something that can connect directly
Yes.
to the LG&E
Yes,
system.
directly to the
Okay.
system.
who makes the determination on defining that term in that area? Just,
LG&E made that,
LG&E does.
yeah,
Okay.
we made that determination.
if I could get you to refer to your response to staff's first request for information, question 4C. And just let me know when you get there.
Okay.
Okay. You stated that LG&E is currently not capable of accepting gas by virtual pipeline, and LG&E has not performed an analysis to evaluate the steps it would need to accept gas by virtual pipeline. Could you briefly explain what a virtual pipeline is?
Sure, and so a virtual pipeline, and really what it is, it's a situation where the gas that we would be receiving is not connected directly to the system. So it's based on a modular system where the biomethane is treated and compressed and stored on a mobile unit at its source location for transport. So it's produced someplace else, it's put on a truck or a train, or it could be some type of transport, and then would be brought to a location where it could be injected into the LG&E system. So there have to be some kind of an injection facility on LG&E system. So the biggest way I would describe that is it's not connected by pipeline to the LG&E gas system.
Okay. Since the filing of that response, has LG&E looked into accepting gas via virtual pipeline?
We have not done any additional analysis on that, no.
Okay. Can you explain if there would be any logistical changes or equipment additions that LG&E would need to make in order to accommodate virtual pipeline?
Yes, we would anticipate there would be additional facilities we would have to install in logistics, and then I would think some additional monitoring and verification. We haven't done that analysis or really studied that in detail to be able to tell you exactly what all that would look like, but we would anticipate there would be additional facilities and logistics needed.
Okay. Does LG&E have any plans to perform that type of analysis?
We do not currently have plans to perform that.
And what is the most common alternative transportation method that LG&E encounters that would constitute a virtual pipeline?
So I think, without really doing a lot of analysis on it, I would suspect it would be via compressed natural gas. There would be a truck or a semi that would haul that.
If I could now get you to turn to your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
On page 4. I believe starting at about line 10.
Okay.
You state that as RNG technology has progressed, LG&E has received an increasing number of inquiries from potential RNG producers about taking service under the LGDS tariff. There's currently no customers on that tariff. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
What we have seen over the last few years, I would anticipate continuing to get inquiries, yes.
Okay. And then also going back on, staying on page 4, jumping down to line 20 through the end of the page and going over onto page 5, you stated that during 2023, the lowest monthly heating value of gas from Texas Gas was 1,030 BTUs, and for Tennessee Gas, it was 1,052 BTUs. Now, I know you mentioned to Council's previous question that the lowest standard was the range of the heating values for the gas that's injected into Texas Gas and the Tennessee Gas pipelines.
Sure, and just to make sure I understand the question, just kind of be able to talk about the range that we had in 2023,
Yeah.
and then the lower range is the 1,030, and then the upper range that we had. Sure, and so we measure that, the heating content of the gas on online chromatographs, both on the Tennessee gas system and the Texas gas system. And so this data really is the heating information that we're getting as the gas is injected from either the Tennessee system or the Texas system into the LG&E system, and so in the standpoint.
So even though their minimum heating value is the 970, that might not be the lowest?
That's correct.
that you
That's
pull
correct.
off.
In this case, in 2023, the lowest heating value we saw was 1,030 BTUs. And we could probably provide that, I think, in a post-data hearing request.
Okay, I'll add that on. As far as the heating values from the Texas Gas and Tennessee Gas,
And I would go to, I think, the data requests that we had. I think it's one of the MSD's first round of data requests, and I can't recall the number on it. But we went through that month, and so we saw, on a monthly basis, we went from 1,000 throughout the year, just depending on what's going into those systems.
now I'm go on to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony. Let's see. I believe starting around line 3.
Okay?
Say that heating value variability associated with gas received from LG&E related areas. Does that mean that no LG&E customer receives gas with a BTU lower than the lowest values described previously on page 4?
Yeah, and so, what we're really trying to say there is that when we receive gas off the interstate pipeline systems, and particularly, I think we talk about the Texas systems, about 90% of the supply that we get in, that is going to be consistent across our service territory. And it may vary a little bit. I mean, you could have gases coming in at one point that's a few BTUs higher than at another point in time, and then that gas is going across the system. But that's all within a pretty tight range. And if you look, in 2023, that range was about 1,030 BTUs to 1,070. So certainly there's variation throughout the year. It could be a little bit of variation throughout the system, but it's fairly consistent. And it's what we're receiving off the pipeline system. So basically, it's supplying the entire system at that point.
I note that LG&E, your billing model fills out on heat volume rather than heat content. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's volumetric and not on heat content. That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
If LG&E were to switch their billing model to charge by heat content, as we see some other states do, what would that entail?
I really wouldn't be able to probably give a good answer on all the different pieces that it would take to do that. We've used the volumetric basis for many years, and so switching to billing by the therm, I think that's something we would have to do a considerable amount of work to really understand what that would mean.
Moving over to page 14 of your rebuttal testimony. On this page, you give some opinions on the option of leaving the heating value at the 967 to 1,110 BTUs. Can you give more detail on how maintaining the existing heating range would affect LG&E's pipeline safety and reliability?
Could you tell me which line you're looking at so I'm making sure and looking at the correct spot, please?
On that page, on page 14, just a summary of your opinions there. There's several opinions on MSD's proposed alternatives of keeping the heating range where it is. I just want to get a little more detail on your opinions.
Okay.
On that.
Would you mind if I read through that?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sure, and so for that first question on page 14, where, and the question is, please describe the two alternatives Mr. Gellner proposes. And so I think it really comes back down to, and I'll look at line 6 and 7, where the projected flow of RNG injected onto the system would be a fraction of the average natural gas flow, and therefore would have minimal impacts to downstream gas customers. And again, I go back to LG&E is a distribution company, and so the amount of gas that we have flowing in our system is really dependent upon temperature and the amount of flow that our customers are using. So it's very difficult to say exactly how much of a percentage that would be. In some cases, it can be very significant. You know, we talked about the example, you know, if it was 49% RNG and 51% of the interstate pipeline, and so that would be very significant. And that I believe the number was 1,002 BTUs per standard cubic foot, which is still significantly below where our interstate pipelines are coming from. So I think, you know, that scenario is looking at something where you're looking at an interstate pipeline system where it's a huge consistent flow and it can be put in. The other thing I would add with that too is that because we bill on a volumetric basis, that energy has to be paid by somebody, and that's really the question that I think that we have, and just want to make sure that we're talking about for our customer standpoint is, you know, just based upon MSD's 320,000 cubic feet a year, that could be a couple $100,000 of energy that LG&E customers would be paying. And so that's really the question is who pays for that energy?
Have you conducted a cost-benefit analysis comparing customer costs under the proposed current heating values?
So we have not done that analysis.
Okay. Does LG&E have any plans to do so?
Could you state that again, just to make sure on the analysis?
A cost-benefit analysis comparing customer costs, or impact to customers of different classes under the proposed heating values as compared to the current heating values.
So the only analysis we really did was to take a look at the cost that the customers our retail customers would end up paying based upon the differences in the BTU content of the RNG and then what we currently see on our system based upon a typical bill, and that was that $200,000 number. We did not look at an individual customer, you know, the different types of customers, but just in general, taking a look based on that bill.
Can you describe generally some of the inquiries and characteristics of the producers that are inquiring about the LGDS service?
Sure, and so very similar to the MSD inquiry. They're interested in potentially coming onto our system. You know, there's a variety of feedstocks that can be coming onto the system. It can be distillage waste is one. You know, certainly food waste that could be there. It could be a manure type of a situation. Could be wastewater. Could be landfills. Any of those types of feedstocks. And so they're typically interested in requesting, you know, injection to a certain point, and is that a location that would be acceptable for that to be injected into it. So those are typical types of inquiries we would get.
Were any of the inquiries from entities that were already producing RNG?
So they weren't producing on our system, and we would probably have to go back and do a post-data hearing request to verify if they were already. So your question is, were they already producing it someplace else and had experience with it? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why none of the RNG producer inquiries have resulted in customers requesting service under the LGDS rate schedule so far?
So specifically, I don't know the reasons why the other producers have not went ahead and contracted to take transportation service underneath that tariff.
What is the process to ensure that pipeline quality gas is injected into LG&E's pipeline system?
Sure. So what we would do, and as part of the tariff, we talk about our interconnection system or an interconnected facility, and that interconnection facility would include instrumentation that can measure for some of the major components, for instance, like the BTU, specific gravity, the methane content, oxygen, nitrogen, moisture. And then we would also, we have a verification and monitoring plan as part of the interconnection facility that we would set up to check for the other trace constituents that would be part of the gas specifications in the tariff.
Which party will be responsible for ensuring that the gas is pipeline quality, and what mechanisms are in place to ensure that gas injected into the systems will meet those qualifications?
Yes, and so as part of that interconnection facility, LG&E will own the interconnection facility, and that will be a cost that we will be reimbursed for. That will include instrumentation that will be able to help us with the gas specification piece. And we would also be working with the producer to get samples for the other trace constituents to ensure that we're monitoring for all those. And then in the interconnection facility request, we would also have the customer have instrumentation as well, so that they could be monitoring it and working with their process as well.
And I know you went over the process to ensure the pipeline quality gas is injected into the pipeline system. Do you have, are you aware of whether or not there's chromatographs at the injection site, at the injection point? Is that a safety feature that's in place?
We would, yes, a chromatograph would be part of the interconnection facility, to where the RNG would come onto the system and both to make sure that the heat content is right along with other the constituents.
Chair, we do have a few more questions, but they'll need to be, we'll need to be in confidential session for those.
Okay. Candace, let's switch to confidential. Okay, and council, you're finished? Okay, Commissioner Reed.
I just have one question, and you may have answered this and I missed it, but what would cause the average BTU from the gas that you're receiving from Texas and Tennessee to decrease from that 1060 to the 970?
Sure, and so mostly would depend on the gas that's coming from the suppliers. And one of the things that definitely could cause it to decrease is if you saw less of the heavier hydrocarbons. And so the methane, which is a primary constituent both in the interstate pipeline gas that we receive off our interstate pipeline supplies and the RNG, its maximum heating content is around 1,010 BTUs. But the ethane and propane that's in the interstate pipeline gas as well, that BTU content is considerably higher, and I don't have those numbers right offhand. But that content that we see with the ethane and propane in the interstate pipeline is what causes that BTU content to be higher. So if the gas that they produce just didn't have as much of the ethane or propane in it, then you would see that BTU content go down.
Okay, all right, thanks.
And that could be that'd be the
reason?
most probable, I
Okay.
think, but yeah.
Commissioner Stacy?
You don't mind if I call you Tom, do you? Is this
Not at all.
Is this your handout?
That was the exhibit, yes.
Okay, I want to make sure who handles this.
Mhm.
So you're saying that your average value, heating value is 1,050, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you have, your minimum is 1,035, correct?
That, it was, yes, 1,030 was the minimum we saw in 2023. That's
So
correct.
you went down to 1,030 at one point.
Yes, it was 1,030, and then the 1,035 is the minimum that we have in the tariff. Yes, sir.
Right, okay. Can you just, in kind of general concept, explain this process of the Metropolitan Sewer District's proposal to inject gas into your pipeline? Can you just
Yeah.
describe that?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And so, and I'm sure, you know, folks in the RNG business are probably going to describe it a whole lot better than I will, but I'll do a very kind of my high-level understanding of it. But the RNG process is taking some type of an organic feedstock, and as we talked about, it could be food waste, it could be manure, it could be gas that's coming off of a landfill, or gas in a landfill, or a wastewater treatment plant. And it's taking it into kind of a closed type of a processing vessel.
Let's
And-
move on
Okay.
a little further along. I mean,
Okay.
just talk about the connection and
Oh,
how
for
that
sure.
connection is made.
For sure. And so that connection would be a pipeline, and it would be coming from the process of the RNG producer, and it would go through an interconnect facility, and that's described in our interconnection agreement. So the interconnect facility is really where we would have kind of the transition from the producer's equipment to the LG&E equipment. So LG&E would own that interconnection facility, and that's where we would have our gas monitoring equipment to check the gas and monitor the gas for the different specifications we talked about. And then it would be connected by pipeline into one of our gas system pipelines.
And so as part of your mechanism for allowing this gas to be injected into your system, you might have some kind of a system for putting propane or something in that to make sure it has some kind of a minimum heating quality or standards.
So, in the way that the LGDS tariff is set up, we would require the RNG producer to inject that propane or do something to increase the BTU content
So-
before it got onto our system.
Okay, so
Yes,
you
sir.
would ask the sewer district to add that to the system before it was injected?
That's correct.
They bear the cost for that?
That's correct.
Okay. Who bears the cost for the rest of it? Tell me who bears the cost for each little part of this
Sure,
connection?
sure. So for the interconnection, and I would just say in the interconnection agreement, Part of that is talking about the cost for the facilities and the capital and all those pieces, and then the ongoing maintenance and operations of it. And as part of that tariff, the producer would be paying the capital for the construction, and then the cost for ongoing maintenance and work associated with it. So it'd be the producer and not the LG&E customer.
So the sewer district would pay for all of the costs associated with the facilities, the mechanisms, everything. They pay all of that?
They would pay for the facilities that would be required, or whoever the customer was in the LGDS tariff, they would pay for the facilities to be constructed. LG&E would then own the interconnection facility and the downstream facilities from the interconnection.
Okay.
But we would be reimbursed for it.
But one of your main concerns is the quality of gas and the heating ability. What's the term I'm looking for?
Yeah, heating ability, heating content,
The
yeah.
heating
Yeah,
content
for sure.
of the downstream customers on your system, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So how do you determine how far down your system somebody starts, if you inject something that doesn't meet those heating quality standards, how far down that system are you able to determine when somebody is now getting an inferior product through your system?
And so we base it primarily on our modeling and in the exhibits that we had from my rebuttal testimony. And we took a look at where the injection point would be, in this case around the Algonquin Parkway, and then took a look at the scenarios in each of those models. And our software is able to project the areas that would be impacted in concentration. Now, we don't have the ability to sample at each location, so
Do you have the ability to sample at certain distances or intervals down that system?
our system's currently not set up for that. We take the heating sample at the interstate pipeline at the connection we have
So
with that.
you may not exactly know which one of those customers will be affected exactly, except based upon your modeling, correct?
I would agree with that. We will not know for sure exactly which customers or how much.
Yeah.
The modeling is giving us an idea. Really, I would just kind of go back that for the amount of gas that's being produced, we know that the BTU content would be less than our average. And so we know, about how much in total we would suspect that, but we would not know from an individual standpoint.
How big is your system in length and miles or whatever?
Sure. And so we have, and I might get corrected on this, but about 4,400 miles of distribution pipeline.
So
and
what
roughly
is it,
350
how long is it from the longest end
Sure.
to the, in length? Would
So-
you say,
so-
not just every little line that goes off of it? If it starts where they propose to put gas in it, and you go to the furthest end away, how far would you estimate that would be?
So I don't know if I could give a real good answer on that,
Doesn't
because
have to be a
we're
great
that
answer,
system.
Just give us some kind of an answer. How about that?
Well, it is immediately going into residential and commercial neighborhoods, and so that's not very far, and I don't have an exact distance on that. But as soon as it enters that, then there's an interconnected pipeline grid there, where the gas is going to be dispersing in a set of distribution pipes. So
Well, from one end of it to the other, would you say, if you said it starts in,
probably the best way I could describe it, so from north to south, we would start, we have facilities all the way down in center Kentucky, which is in Metcalfe County, which I would probably say is a good 70 to 80 miles from
okay,
here.
that's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Well, from Louisville, I'm sorry.
wouldn't you, when you're in your modeling,
Mhm.
did you take into consideration that between downtown Louisville and Metcalfe County, there could be large variations of differences in the temperature and maybe altitude that would also affect temperature over that whole system?
Well, so the models are taking a look at, and so just to answer your question, the model is taking a look at the loads that we have based upon the temperature and average temperature. So it's not looking at variation across the system, it's an
Yeah,
average
so-
temperature, yeah.
So there could be a big variation between, I mean, very local areas. I mean, haven't you just, as anecdotally, haven't you seen it be 30 degrees in one place and you go 40 miles away and it's 60 degrees for at least an hour or two? And I mean, I think everybody in the room can kind of say, yeah, I've seen that somewhere along the line.
Sure, and it definitely could, and, you know, I would just add, though, the way the model is set up, it is predicting where the gas will be consumed, and so in the case of where the injection point would be, and we have a lot of supply points, regulator stations, and so the gas, while we do go from Louisville to Center, and it's a pretty good distance,
Yeah.
the gas that we would inject at that point, just because of the way the system is set up, and the pressures that are in that area, that's a distribution pressure, so probably, I think that's a 30-pound system. And a lot of our lines that are going, the transmission lines, the larger lines are at a higher pressure, so it wouldn't flow back into those sections of the system.
When you received 1,030 BTU gas, did you adjust your billing to customers along your line from where you were connected to Texas Gas until you said, okay, this inferior gas is now it's intermingled with the good quality gas, and now everybody's got good gas. Did you adjust those rates to account for that?
The rates aren't based upon the heat content, it's based on a volumetric basis, and so however much volume, however many cubic feet they use is what they will charge.
Aren't you saying to them that it's somewhat based upon the heat content?
So in our purpose in the tariff for raising that minimum heating content is that the rest of the customers in the system are receiving the gas that's coming off the interstate pipeline system, which is in a range, and like you said, it can vary. You know, we can see a variation in the BTU content, but that range is, you know, in 2023 from 1,030 BTUs to 1,070 BTUs. And the RNG gas will be coming in at about 967, 969, roughly about 970 BTUs. And so that's a very significant difference outside of the range that we had, and kind of talking about that one exhibit that we were looking at. So
But the question is,
Yeah.
aren't you in fact using one standard for your pipeline gas? It's the volume used, and you're asking them to produce gas that is a certain heating quality or standard.
yes, we are.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, did you, is there a reason that you haven't looked into more possibilities for virtual pipeline gas?
I'm sorry, could you ask a question again?
How did you describe virtual pipeline?
Oh, the virtual pipeline.
Yeah.
Yeah. So really, we just don't have very much experience, and I would say the industry as a whole, while certainly it's out there, there's not a lot of it out there, and so, you know, our viewpoint at this time is we would like to get experience with having RNG on our system and just to understand how that works.
Yeah,
And,
I think one of their questions was, you know, that there's kind of a push for more of those kinds of things, and it's just curious to me why you haven't said, look, there's according to this handout of theirs, you haven't said, yeah, there's a little push for that. Let's look into it, and you just didn't think that was something that was worthwhile at this time.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily worthwhile. We have not done
I'm
that
not trying
analysis.
to, I'm not trying to
Sure.
say
Sure.
anything negative, I'm just trying to say, I'm just asking why you
Sure.
haven't looked into that.
And it gets back to, we don't have experience with having the RNG on our system, making sure we understand operationally how that works, kind of getting comfortable with being able to manage that. And so before we would move to the virtual pipeline, and at some point, I don't think we're certainly not, against evaluating that and seeing if that could be an option down the road, but we
Yeah.
just haven't got to it yet.
So if they put an inferior quality of gas into your line, how long would it take that to intermingle until you couldn't tell the difference between it and what you're putting in from Texas Gas?
Sure, and the scenarios that we ran, I think that's probably the best way that I could describe it, and if we look at those, we kind of took that extreme case of extreme cold and extreme hot, and then kind of the days that we would see, so that gives an idea of how far it would go before it was basically had been consumed and there wasn't any of it left.
Yeah. I believe that's all I've got right now. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take a break after we finish this witness, in case anybody's wondering. Okay. Mr. Reith or Reith? Is it Reith?
It's Reith, yes, thank you,
Reith.
Chair. Yeah.
Okay. As I understand it, this is the first time, although you've had inquiries, this is the first time we've had an actual request for connection for an RNG supply into LG&E's pipeline. Is that right?
We've had inquiries about it. We have not gone, and we haven't got to the point yet where we've had a customer actually contract to take connection. So
First time is this application here from MSD.
yes, first time, yeah, this is the first application from MSC that we received. We
Is-
have had other inquiries. I just wanted to make sure I answer your question.
And as far as I know, this is the first time we've actually had a request like this in Kentucky. Do you know?
And is that for an RNG connection? Okay. I'm not familiar with what the other gas companies
Okay.
and if they've had inquiries or not. So, yeah, I know for us,
Okay.
we have had other inquiries, but I'm not sure on the other gas companies.
So I've been looking at the public comments that were filed. Did you have an opportunity to look at those?
I was able to look through them, yes.
Okay. One of the requests took issue with the fact that LG&E won't allow delivery of RNG gas by truck. They're saying that no other state has prohibited truck deliveries of RNG gas, and that Florida and North Carolina specifically allow it. Can you address that?
Yes, and I think I would go back that we're currently not set up to do that, and we haven't done really the analysis and the studies yet to do that. It's not something, that I think we have, we wouldn't be willing to do at some point, or at least to study it and understand what it would take to do that. But we just haven't got to the point where we've done the analysis and the evaluations to do that.
What would that entail? Is that time consuming? Is it expensive?
Yeah, you know what, I don't think I can really answer it very well, just because I think we would have to really study it and do an evaluation on it, really understand, from other areas that do that, all the different pieces of it. I do believe that there would be logistics involved, there'd be additional facilities involved. We would have to understand how we would monitor and verify the gas that would be coming into those facilities, understand who was bringing it onto the system. There would be a lot of work, in my opinion, there would be a lot of work to make sure we were setting that up to be successful, and also make sure that the gas we were receiving was safe and of the quality that we would want for our customers.
Right. Did you have a follow-up, Commissioner Reagan?
Would it need special trucks as well? For,
So,
if you would have to do that?
yeah, and I'm not familiar with the vehicles they would use. I do know if they came in compressed natural gas, CNG, they do have trucks that do transport that, and they have cylinders on it. So I don't know if that's the way they would do it or not, but it would be some type of truck like that could handle the compressed natural gas. Or it could be liquefied natural gas possibly too.
But that might address the issue of discriminatory rates being charged depending on where you are on the line, if a truck were able to deliver it to a location that wouldn't necessarily make a difference in where, like the current proposal puts it in the middle of the line and affects different customers differently.
Yeah, and I hate to not be able to really give a great answer to it, but I think we would just have to really evaluate all pieces of that to understand, the impact, the cost would be associated with it, and then also the gas quality, and to your point, is there a place that would make more sense, or, would that impact the gas specifications, and I think we would just have to do a pretty thorough evaluation of that.
Okay. And then another of the public comments that was filed from a company called Synthica said that they had approached LG&E KU about injecting RNG at a different interconnection site, different county. And I know that one has not reached the level that this one has, that it was ready to go. But this company said that the proposal in this case exceeds any other minimum heating value of any others across the entire country. Do you know if that's true?
So, we haven't done thoroughly looked at all the different requirements for all the different minimum values from companies across the country. I would add that in some cases, when we talked about the billing, and so from a volumetric standpoint, if someone was billing by the therm and they were able to inject the RNG, that would change that. Some cases, the gas heating content may be less in areas, and so it may not make that much of a difference. In our case, our BTU content is higher. So I could see where there could be reasons why in other locations that the minimum heating requirement would be different. But based on our experience and kind of what we're seeing with our gas, that's really how we determined that that's where we would set our minimum heating requirement.
Okay. Is there any other injection point that could be used? The one that's proposed, I assume, is at their location. I mean, is that feasible at all? That it
So
could,
there could be, it is feasible. Right now, we're looking at a main to do the injection points. It's an 8-inch main that runs on Algonquin Parkway. Potentially, we could inject it into their service line, and that would be a possibility.
and would that, I mean, I imagine that changes the cost and feasibility for MSD, but would that change the necessity for the heat value and the tariff that you're proposing? If you could use a different injector, if you know.
So it's possible it could, yes.
And then, I assume that this proposed rate is being based on the average of those 4 scenarios. Is that right?
And just to make sure the BTU content?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so actually, the BTU content, we set it at 1,035 BTUs, which is kind of at the lower range of what we've seen over the last few years. In 2023, that low range, or the low amount was 1,030. The average was 1,060. And so we set it at 1,035 to be kind of on the low side of what we have seen typically.
To be a bit conservative, I guess.
Yeah, just to make sure that it was meeting the minimum amount that we've been seeing.
Is there any thought being given to sort of a true-up at the end of a year or a quarter if the average impact on your customers is less than you expect?
We have not looked at that in terms of the LGDS tariff or in terms of kind of how we evaluated those specifications, so we have not looked at that.
Okay. Do we have follow-up
Yes.
before we do redirect?
Yeah. Quickly, I was trying to figure out, Madam Chair asked you injecting into I think you said something about injecting into a service line. Can you explain what you're talking about?
Yes, and so Chair Hatton had asked about if there was an alternate place to inject.
Right.
And so we are currently, in our modeling was based upon injecting it into the main that ran in the front of that facility there on Algonquin Parkway. And there could be an alternative injecting into the service line that's coming off of the main directly into MSD.
And I think she asked a follow-up question about the heating value and how that would work. What are you saying? So we're clear.
So if you inject it directly into that service line, and the way that would work is that gas would be going, assuming the gas that was produced by the RNG was less than the gas that was being used by MSD, then it would go into MSD directly at that point.
So in other words, it would flow back into MSD?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
All right.
correct.
So, okay. Okay. So under that scenario, I did ask a question earlier about that, about whether you all had modeled that, and I believe the answer was no.
My apologies if you did. I thought you were talking about the modeling,
Okay.
just the modeling that we had done. So I apologize if I missed that.
As a post-hearing data request, could you model that based on it may be in conjunction with information from MSD, but also to the extent that the majority of the flow is flowing back into MSD. In other words, the gas that's being produced by MSD is flowing largely back into it. With information from MSD potentially, is it possible that you all could model that? The impact to the system under the 4 scenarios?
So the way that would physically work, the service line that goes to MSD, it's got a first stage pressure cut that comes off the main. And so it would have to be injected past that first stage pressure cut.
Yep.
And then we would put that line or the interconnection point past that first stage pressure cut, and it would not flow backwards back onto the system because the pressure's lower there than it is at the main. So if you were going to get it on the upside of that pressure cut, then it would be the same scenario where modeling would be the same then. If you don't get past that first stage pressure cut, then it's going to flow back onto the system.
But if you got past the first stage pressure cut, could it flow back?
No.
Okay.
No, it couldn't. And so so there would be additional information we would have to understand. That's a scenario where the consumption by MSD of gas was greater than the RNG produced. So if RNG is higher, then there would have to be some way to relieve that gas because you would overpressure the service line.
I think we're good.
And Commissioner Stacy?
No, I don't.
Staff follow-up
Don't have anything.
and redirect.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Reith, there's been lots of conversation about the heating values that LG&E has experienced, including, the numbers that are set forth in the tariff versus what LG&E has actually received as far as deliveries from the interstate pipelines.
Yes.
For how many years has LG&E received pipeline BTU gas in that 1030 and up range?
Yeah, it's been close to a decade.
Close to a decade?
Yes.
Do you remember a year that LG&E received pipeline gas in that 970 range on any weighted average month?
I don't recall. I don't, I've been here for, since 2001, and, since I have been privy to that information, which has been quite a while, I don't recall that we've seen that.
Do you have any reason to anticipate that there will be any significant change in the BTU content of the gas that LG&E is receiving from either interstate pipeline?
No.
But let's say that happens. Let's say that Tennessee and Texas, there's a change and they start delivering gas to LG&E at 970,
Sure.
980. what would LG&E do with regard to the LGDS tariff if that happened?
We would certainly come back and revisit those minimums. If we see that kind of a change in the decrease in the BTU content, we would certainly come back and revisit that.
And is it fair to say the reason that LG&E would come back is the goal of this, the goal of the tariff revisions, is so that the gas that is put on the system, whether it comes from a well, whether it comes from RNG, is comparable to the gas that LG&E receives from the interstate pipelines?
That's correct. And it's really all about the cost of the energy and just trying to determine that, so, yep.
And we've talked a lot about the minimum because that implicates the RNG, but natural gas that's pulled out of a well in Kentucky very well may be hotter than 1070. And that's the proposed maximum. So what would that producer have to do?
So in that case, if you had a producer that came out of well, they may have to do some processing on their gas to remove some of the higher chained.
They call that
hydrocarbons.
stripping?
Stripping, yep. So
Yep.
remove ethane, propane, and get the BTU content lower.
So regardless if you're on the low end or the high end, you're treated the same as a producer under this tariff.
That is correct.
And we've talked a lot about the impact to customers and looked at that a lot of different ways. LG&E right now, and for as long as I think you said you knew for decades, bills on a volume basis, right?
That's correct, yes.
So if a customer is getting gas that is a lower BTU content, in order for their house to stay the same temperature, what will they do?
They'll end up using more gas.
Okay. And that will have a negative financial consequence to the customer.
Correct.
And I know we walked through the map of the customers, and where MSD is located, those neighborhoods there on the west side there by the Expressway, California, and those neighborhoods. So those are the customers in this example that you would expect would then have to incur the greater cost.
That's correct, yes.
And if there is greater, consumption of gas, that would have a financial benefit to LG&E, correct?
If there's a greater consumption of gas, it will, yes.
But then why are you here saying, no, we think it needs to be at 1035 and 1070?
Because we do believe that our customers should not have to pay that additional energy cost of having to lower RNG gas in the area where that RNG would be produced.
And who should have to bear the cost, in your opinion, of the cost of making that gas comparable to what the customer would receive, but for MSD's injection?
Sure, so from our perspective, it should be the producer, the RNG producer, developer that should pay for that cost to get the RNG to what is comparable to our interstate pipeline gas.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
All right, and that's your final witness?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Can I have a question?
Sure.
I'm sorry. To follow up on her questions.
Yes, sir.
If I understand what the proposal is, they're gonna pay all the costs to make this connection, and you're gonna set the standards of what gas you're gonna accept, correct?
That is correct.
So if you set the standards of the gas that you're gonna accept, and they're gonna pay all the cost, that would be a wash to any customer that you have. And you even said, I think, that they're gonna even pay for whatever maintenance and long-term costs there are, not just in the construction of the facility, but as it moves forward, correct?
But it's the cost of operating that facility. The customer would still have a higher volume of gas that they're using, so they would get billed that higher amount is what they would pay. Our customers would not pay and I think I understand what you're saying. I'll try and answer it. I apologize if it isn't. But our customers would not pay for the interconnection facility. They would not pay to maintain those facilities or any of the sampling or any of that type of thing. The cost that we were talking about would be that customer, if they had the RNG coming onto their system, would have a higher volume coming through, so they would pay a higher bill.
Because you're saying that it'd be inferior product that they'd be purchasing.
That's correct. Lower heat content.
I thought that you said that you were gonna set that standard, so that, or 1160 or something, or you were not going to accept it. Is that?
Yes, sir. You're right. If the tariff is approved and we had that minimum heating value of 1,035, then that would get that in the range of what our customers are typically
So there
seeing.
would be no cost?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Follow up?
No.
Okay. All right, let's take a 15-minute break and be back here at 11:17. Okay, we are back on the record in case number 2024-00125, electronic tariff filing of Louisville Gas and Electric Company to revise its local gas delivery service tariff. Mr. Mon, if you would like to call your witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gellner, if you could please state your name and your business address.
Sure. My name is
And I'll need to
James.
swear you real quick, too.
Oh. Want me to do that first?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
If you could please state your name and your business address.
My name is James Gellner. I work for Hazen and Sawyer. Our business address is 7870 East Kemper Road, Cincinnati, Ohio.
And what's your position for Hazen and Sawyer?
I am a vice president and Midwest regional manager for Hazen and Sawyer.
And just quickly, if you could just address the connection between Hazen and Sawyer and MSD.
Sure. Hazen and Sawyer is a water and wastewater professional services company. We offer consulting services. We are contracted with Louisville MSD on several projects with them, including the one that really pertains to this discussion and this overall issue.
Okay. Did you cause to be filed direct testimony into this case, 2024-125?
Yes.
Did you cause to be filed data request responses into this case as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any alterations, corrections, or additions to your direct testimony or to your data request responses?
No.
At this, I would pass the witness for cross-examination.
Okay, staff?
Thank you. If you can't hear me or need clarification, please, okay.
I can hear you loud and clear, but I'll let you know.
Okay,
You know
thank
what?
you.
I think
I think maybe I should take them, yeah, I'm going right to left now, and that feels weird,
However you prefer.
but I think it would be better, yes.
Okay.
If you would like to go ahead with
Yes,
your.
thank you.
I'm sorry, I continue to point at you, that is also weird.
That's fine too. Hi, Mr. Gellner, how are you?
Great, how about you?
Good. My name is Monica Braun, and I represent LG&E. I'm going to ask you a few questions about MSD's project and some of the information that you filed in the case. If I ask you a question that you don't understand or ask a bad question, which may very well happen, please let me know, and I'm happy to ask it another way, okay?
Thank you.
And I thought it might be helpful just to make sure I understand just kind of the nature of this project and what we're talking about. And at present, at the Morris Foreman plant, so wastewater enters the facility and then it goes through a treatment process, correct? And at the end of that, the treated water is then returned to the environment. Is that fair?
Yes, correct.
And during the treatment process, there are biosolids that are created, and those are sold as a fertilizer. Is that correct?
So you're referring to basically biosolids, which are really the solids that are removed from the wastewater treatment process, right? So if you
Yes.
think about the things that you're removing from front to back, there are a lot of solids that are generated as part of that. So when you mention that those are sold, I would answer that question to say sometimes they're sold, and really the objective of the project that we speak of in our testimony about the project is one that Louisville MSD is making a significant capital investment to improve the treatment of those residuals, right? So in that process, you are anaerobically digesting the solids, which means you're treating them without air. And the microbes that are present in those reactors produce methane gas as part of that, which is really the focus of the discussion about RNG. So the project investment that Louisville MSD is making is to really improve that, and also to actually increase the amount of gas that's produced from those biosolids. The ultimate end goal of that project also is to provide really a 30-year plus solution for Louisville MSD that would allow them to produce biosolids that could be beneficially reused and potentially sold for use as either I'll be careful, and some people don't like the word fertilizer, right? But let's say an amendment that is beneficial for crop growth or other things, or through the use of the existing drying facility that they have through the production of pellets, which are also used in a similar fashion. Sometimes things like soil amendments or soil blending and things like that that could be beneficially reused. But the key thing is beneficial reuse is the target of that project, and part of the resulting potential renewable resource that we're dealing with is the gas produced during the digestion of the biosolids.
Thank you. And at present, there's already biosolids being created and sold. I believe that's called Louisville Green, I'll say fertilizer too.
Sure, sure.
Is that accurate?
That is correct, and Louisville Green is it's been in existence for over 20 years, we'll call it, right? And Louisville MSD has been responsibly treating those and then, again, really beneficially reusing those through, and I'm being careful of saying sometimes it's sold because it depends on market conditions and other things, you know, and in some cases, MSD does landfill those biosolids as well.
Sure, but we're available, that it's being
Correct.
sold on the market. And I think you have described in your testimony these upgrades to the biosolids processing solutions.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And as I understand it from your testimony, there's two components to this project. There's a $250 million capital investment on the biosolids processing, which I believe in your testimony talks about increasing the quality of those biosolids so they can be sold as, I think, a Class A fertilizer.
And that's part of the investment I spoke of,
Yeah.
kind of as a, you know, a response to your initial question. Yes,
Yes.
so that investment is being made to provide a sustainable, long-term solution for responsible treatment of biosolids at the facility.
Okay, so that's the $250 million project. And then it says the RNG project is $30 million. Is that an additional 30 or is that inclusive in the 250?
So the RNG project is one that, and I'll say we, because we're representing Louisville MSD in this discussion. It is a separate investment in
Okay.
terms of the project in addition to that $250 million that you referred to.
Okay, thank you. And so right now, as a result of this process, kind of going back to my beginning questions, the wastewater comes in. Eventually the treated water is returned to the extent it can. Biosolids are either sold as Louisville Green or landfilled as necessary. And then there's gas presently that is created by this process, right?
Correct.
And what is MSD doing with that gas at present, the digester gas?
So currently, the gas within the facility is being reused where possible. And that process really includes a treatment to a lower level than we would be talking about relative to the tariffs, you know, the tariff quality. But that can be reused in part of the process in terms of either heating, usually reactors and things like that. And so, and then also the need for heating for the dryers that are on site right now. So the goal is to always reuse as much of that gas in a beneficial way as possible. And then to, you know, any of the excess from there is actually flared, right? So that means we're just burning it off because we can't use it beneficially.
And in looking at your testimony and in data responses, you listed a few different potential uses for the digester gas. And I think you just mentioned one of those. So MSD could use it for its own operations, you know, for combined heat and power purposes, correct?
And maybe if I could, if you don't mind,
Sure.
I'll maybe try to grab those three alternatives that you're speaking of from the testimony as an answer. And if I don't answer one of the questions that you had related to that, please do ask others. So when this project, the large capital investment project related to biosolids was planned, then designed, and then implemented, one of the things that we have been collectively looking at with MSD is how to best beneficially reuse that gas that's being produced from the biosolids. So the options that were, mentioned in the testimony were, one, basically using the digester gas to really just heat dryers, digesters, other facilities on site. The other is combined heat and power, where you're actually using that digester gas to generate electricity, really within the facility itself. And then the third was the renewable natural gas alternative. And in that case, the renewable natural gas alternative really consists of capturing of that produced gas, treating it to a much higher quality level, right, that would be appropriate for acceptance in a current conveyance system, and I'm probably using the wrong term that you all would use, but let's just say a transport system, right? And then making that available so that it could be considered a renewable natural gas, assigned a renewable identification number, and then also be subject to additional revenue related to RIN credits, that RIN credit, when it's purchased by someone who is either in the transportation market or another market that would be eligible. So that was one of the three alternatives, right? So a lot of what we speak about in the testimony was why were we focused on RNG, right? And it would say very financially advantageous alternative when you look at the life cycle cost of those three alternatives together, right? And so when we look at it and we say, what's the best alternative for Louisville MSD and their ratepayers, that was obviously the source of the interest of pursuing renewable natural gas as the alternative to try to implement.
Sure, and thank you. That's helpful. Took me through several questions I had on my list, so thank you. And I think you just said this, but just to confirm, so if MSD does inject the RNG into LG&E's system, the purpose of that is it will be a new revenue stream for MSD, correct?
So it would be a revenue stream for MSD, and there would be revenue that LG&E would realize from this too, right?
Sure. And also, I know there's been a couple mentions of the tax credits. So let me ask that a different way. What does MSD have to do in order with that digester gas to get those tax credits?
So it's a multi-step process, right? And certainly be glad to provide more detail that I can't describe as I'm sitting here in front of you if necessary. But basically, in order for that to be eligible for those RIN incentive credits, one, it has to be from a renewable source. There are different categories of renewable sources. Biosolids is one of the eligible renewable sources that are out there. We would need to have the involvement of an outside party to verify that, yes, it is from a renewable source. Also that, that we are sufficiently treating and quantifying and monitoring the quality of that gas. We would need a buyer on the other end of that too in order to make that eligible for those credits as well.
And is it your understanding that MSD has to place the RNG onto a gas distribution or transmission system in order to receive those credits?
So there are, what do they call them, detached systems, where there is a potential for an RNG system not to be attached. It usually then typically requires that RNG be directly sold, right, for a transportation purpose or something similar. And I think in our testimony, we said that was a pretty difficult situation relative to the cost and then also the available area at our current facility. I was anticipating you may ask that.
Sure. And it's fair to say, based on your answers, that MSD wishes to engage in this activity, the use of its RNG, in a way that maximizes its profits and lowers its expenses.
Well, I think profit is probably the wrong way to present what a public utility would view as the financial piece of this, right? Because from where we sit, right, Louisville MSD makes a significant capital investment in all of these improvements that they're making, right? So when you say profit is really not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is how do we best leverage this project to reduce the impact to their ratepayers, right? Because when you say, hey, it's going to cost X, or if this alternative is going to cost Y, this alternative is going to cost Z, of course, we would always want to find a feasible path that's the best for customers, right, and its overall impact on their capital, their capital requirements.
Is MSD a for-profit corporation, though?
No.
No.
And if you look at your response to its commission staff's first request in MSD number 7, do you have the copy
I
of
have
that
this in
with you?
front of me, yeah.
Yeah, just let me know. when
And
you
this is
have it.
question 7?
Yes.
Yep.
And in this response, MSD compares the 3 alternatives that you have mentioned for uses of the digester gas, and then you present the cumulative net revenue associated with those options, correct?
Correct.
And you say that RNG was determined to have the greatest financial benefit by around $39 million over the 20-year project horizon. Does financial benefit mean profit? Is that the same term there?
So again, I'm going to take issue with the word profit, right? Because in terms of if you look at these different options, right, that $39 million is a advantage over the other alternatives. So if you look at the red line, which is the digester gas to thermal drying, right? While that is still a viable option, right, it does not. Let's think of it in terms of MSD spends a certain amount of dollars every year for O&M, right? They spend a certain amount of dollars for capital, right? And so when you look at something like this and say, we have the opportunity to generate a revenue stream on behalf of MSD, it really goes against those costs that they're already incurring. So it's not profit. It is a, when we say financial advantage, when we look at alternatives or other things, we're typically talking about the overall cost to the overall life cycle cost and the overall life cycle value. So it's not profit.
Okay. But it's fair to say that MSD selected this alternative because, in your estimation, it has the greatest financial benefit, to use the phrase that you used in the response.
Absolutely.
Correct. And were you I believe you were, but you were in the hearing room this morning when Mr. Reed was testifying?
Yes. Yes.
And did you hear Mr. Reed's testimony that as a result of the lower heat content, if it came in at that maximum number that MSD said that it expected to provide, that customer impact, that energy value difference is about $200,000 a year? Did you hear that?
Absolutely, I heard that.
Okay.
I wrote it down, in fact.
Okay. And as I was looking at your response to PSC 1.7, and I know that it's not a straight line financial benefit, I get that. But if you take that $39 million over 20 years, I just divided it by 20, and just to see what that looked like, about 10% of that financial benefit a year that MSD is seeing over that next option would be paid by LG&E's retail customers. Were you aware of that?
Well, I'm going to answer this by maybe redirecting that a little bit, because there's a couple things baked into what you're focusing on, which is the financial benefit. One is those same customers that you say you're impacting, that we're impacting with that lower heating value gas, and believe me, I'm not combining these two together, so I'm going to come back to that in just a second. But the same customers that we're talking about in the modeling, the other things that Mr. Reeve talked about, those are the same customers that are paying rates to Louisville MSD for their sewer service, right? So if I say I can reduce the cost to MSD by having a financial advantage, a financial advantageous project, that means ultimately that those customers are positively impacted by that. So that's the first point of this. The other is that I will directly say that we would never want to negatively impact any of the customers that are part of Louisville MSD or LG&E, right? But I think if I could, I'm gonna add my own statement to that. If nothing changes with the way that you bill your customers now, that 200,000 would be different, right? I mean, that's the truth of it is under the existing system, the way it's configured right now, that 200,000 is a direct result of the volumetric billing that you're doing right now, right? So we acknowledge that there is that lower heating value. We acknowledge that. We also would say that from a very dynamic point of view, that increment that is presented as part of that testimony is much less than that 7% that was quoted before too, right? It's a very dynamic system when you look at our demand, our production, right, on the system. So I want to be clear, we're not talking about the want for us to negatively impact LG&E customers for the benefit of Louisville MSD. That's not what this is about.
And going back to, I think the first point you made was that MSD's customers will benefit from this project through, let me rephrase it a different way. Does MSD plan to credit on customer bills a percentage of the revenues from the RNG that is sold?
So I'm not a financial, like a rate consultant, right? A rate consultant, you know, and I'm sure you all use rate consultants too on the different side of the table, right? But when you look at rates that are paid by customers, right? Those rates have to be set based on cost of service, right? They have to be equitable. They have to be equal across service areas and other things like that, right? So same issues that you all brought up in terms of you don't want a very aerial focused distribution of gas, right? So when you say do we issue a credit directly to those customers based on this, what I would say is that, again, from the standpoint of where those dollars go and what that financial advantage means to MSD, it's looked at as a total, right? And you say, if we can benefit MSD and the entire service area population by that amount, we would always do that. But does that mean that they go out and they issue a direct credit to their customers instantly when that project goes forward? No.
Thank you. In your testimony on page 5, you state that the operational cost of adding propane to the RNG in order to get it to a comparable heating level of what's on LG&E's system would be, and I think the phrase you use is unfavorable to implementation. And LG&E asked MSD for the financial analysis regarding the project, including the cost to increase that BTU value to make it comparable. And that was in LG&E's first request to MSD number 3. If you can turn to that. Just let me know when you're there.
Got it right here.
And if I read your response correctly, it indicates that the anticipated net revenue is projected to be $5.6 million a year. Is that correct?
In number 2, that's yes, that's correct.
Okay, so $5.6 million a year is the anticipated revenue to MSD, and the estimated O&M cost for blending the propane is $700,000 a year. If my math is correct, that's a 12.5% difference. Is that correct?
I'll trust your math on that one.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
for sure.
It's dangerous when you say you trust an
No,
attorney's math, but you did it.
In terms of magnitude relative
Yep.
to that net revenue, it's about right.
Okay. And assuming there is the minimum heating value is 1035, assuming that is accepted as proposed, Do you know the percentage of propane that would needed to be added to the RNG to get it to the 1035?
And I can say I know generally, a range of those. Let's say it's that 2 to 4%, and that,
Yeah.
certainly subject to check that, and we could provide the response. The evaluations that you had your consultants do showed those relative ratios of propane.
Sure, so
I-
I'm sorry,
Go ahead. Well, I was just gonna make the case too, that when you look at it from that standpoint that you mentioned of like that 12%, right, in terms of the operating cost. The other part that's not rolled into any evaluation or that net revenue is really the annualized capital cost that we would have with the propane storage system, right, which would go along with needing to add that as part of boosting the BTU value of the gas.
And so if MSD blends its RNG with propane, based on what you would expect, it's still gonna be probably 95% or greater RNG that's placed into the system. Is that fair?
It's kind of interesting, right, because it's such a small percentage, you would say, man, why is that impactful at all? For us, it is impactful from the standpoint of the Morris Foreman site, and then also, there is a cost impact, right? So it does reduce if I could use financial advantage, right, as the overall, when you look at the different alternatives, right, it reduces that, right? And we said, operating costs, we think it's $700,000 a year. If we roll in an annualized capital on that, we're probably between $1 and $2 million a year in terms of the overall impact to the project. And happy to get into some of those details if we need to. The other thing that's really impactful for us is that if we say we need that small percentage of propane in our system, we're producing a fair amount of gas as part of this, right? So we have to have a minimum amount of storage of propane, right? So there's two issues with that for us. One is the available land area at Morris Foreman just isn't available, right? So that in and of itself makes this very difficult for us to implement if the tariff requirement is in place. And it's also an additional health and safety consideration for Louisville MSD and their operating staff there at the plant site, right? But the site feasibility is really one of the biggest things, as well as that cost implication for this, right? And so we've really said if we need to do that, we will likely probably back up to one of the other alternatives that we've been looking at.
And has MSD prepared a site feasibility study that would show its evaluation of blending the propane on site?
So, we appreciated having the information that you all put together on that too, right? Because your consultants looked at a 5,000 gallon and a 50,000 gallon storage tank, right? So if we look at the 5,000 gallon storage scenario, right, that's about 13,000 square feet. That's really the only area we have available at the site for what we've, when you talk about RNG, the pre-treatment that we would need to do prior to the interconnection facility that LG&E has, that's our available land area that we have. So while we don't have a formal site feasibility study, we have looked at it and said we really don't have a good option on site for that.
Thank you. I want to hand you a copy of, it's PSC 1-3. And if we may approach to hand this out as an exhibit, please.
And is this the PSC request, or is this something different?
It is,
Okay.
but it also has it has the source data that you referenced in the
Okay.
response. I've printed out a copy of that, and that's what's
Oh, I got it.
appended to the back that you may not have in front of you.
Okay, I've got it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So in this answer, MSD states that based on average household usage of 53.3 CCF per year, the RNG saved at Morris Foreman would supply 60,000 houses per year, correct?
Yes, that's what we stated in the testimony.
And I was looking farther up in the response in subpart A, and it says that that's where this 53.3 CCF comes from, and then there is a link to a residential gas consumption EIA. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we clicked that link, and it produced this 10-page PDF that I have attached to the response. Is this the information that you reviewed?
What page are you asking him to refer to on here?
It is the attachment.
It's the stuff in the back.
It's the stuff in the back that if you click the underlined link in A, this is the file that opens, if you look at the electronic copy.
So I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
So,
And can you show me in this document where the 53.3 CCF, where you found that?
I understand where your question is going, and I would rather, if it's okay, I'd rather check and then get back to you on our calculations. Is that allowed here?
Well, let's look at,
Because if I could say, right, that us quantifying the amount of households we could supply with this gas really is just a way to think about this gas production, right?
yeah, but I want to walk through this. So if we look at the beginning of the document, the first charts, it's calculating average energy usage for the United States and then by each state, correct?
Yes.
And then the second chart looks at average volume consumption for all homes and then in each state. And if I look at the average site energy consumption for Kentucky, it lists the CCF as 533, not 53.3.
Got it. So you would propose we need to divide that by 10 in order to be correct.
So that would have a substantial impact on your calculation of the homes that RNG would be.
So instead of 60,000, it would be 6,000 in that case, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And you can also use the data in this chart to calculate the average heat content for each state, can't you?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And at a high level, what you would do is you would take the average energy usage and you would divide it by the CCFs. Fair?
Say that one more time, just to
Sure.
make sure I'm with.
You would take the average energy usage, that's the first part of the packet that shows the amount of the usage, and then you would divide it by the CCFs, and that produces the average heat content per CCF.
Yes.
Okay, so if we do that for Kentucky, and this is where I'm going to try to do math, so I'll take Mr. Malone's caveat if you'll walk through some math with me. If you take Kentucky, the site consumption, and you see that's 54.60 million BTU. Is that correct?
Say that one more time.
Yeah.
And I'll
It's the first page of that PDF, and you see Kentucky under natural gas for millions of BTU, you see 54.60.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
Oh,
I'm
no,
just taking
there's a
minute
lot
to-
of numbers on the page. Take your time.
Yes, okay, sorry, it was the first page, and then I kept flipping through the rest.
Sure.
I got it.
So that's the 54.6. So then if we go back again and look at the average site energy consumption, we saw that that was 533 CCFs for Kentucky, correct?
Yep,
So if you do the math and take that average energy usage and divide it by the CCF, subject to check for Kentucky, for all those deliveries in 2020, the average is 1,024 BTUs, subject to your check.
yep.
And if we do it for, I was curious, if we did it for the United States, if we looked at the average BTU content to see how that compared with Kentucky, that average energy usage number is 56.3 for all homes there. Is that correct on the first page?
Yep.
And then you divide that by the 560 CCF, which is the average usage. So for the US, it's 1,005 is the BTU value. So it looks like Kentucky's BTU content is greater on average than the United States.
Based on this data, I wouldn't make any arguments about that.
Sure.
Right.
And I noticed in your response to, it was MSD's response to PSC number, commission staff's first request number 2, and you mentioned specifically that the Atmos pipeline in Texas has been accepting substantial amounts of RNG since 1999. So I thought it would just be interesting to see what Texas, what their average BTU content was. And if we look at that information, we look at Texas, their site consumption is 35.3, correct?
Correct.
And their natural gas usage is 357, correct?
Yep.
So the average heat content in Texas is 989. And 989 is a BTU content that is much closer to the 970 that you may see with straight RNG, correct?
And could you the 1,024 was what you had calculated from
For Kentucky is 1,024.
Sure.
Yep.
And you're just asking me if that 989 is much more close to RNG BTU value?
Yeah,
In that range, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
thank you. And are you aware, so LG&E transports gas for customers like MSD that we're talking about here, but it also delivers gas to residential, commercial customers. You have an understanding of that?
Mhm.
And are you aware that LG&E's tariff contains the average heating value that it will supply its customers, its retail customers? Were you aware of that?
So that you're asking me whether it's set based on the average value that the customers will receive? Is that what you're asking?
Let me ask it a different way. So LG&E's tariff contains a heating value that it says in its tariff that all customers will receive over, a 12-month period. The BTU is 1,050. Were you aware of that?
So in the testimony, right, there's the average is about the 1,050 for sure.
Okay. And the 1035 that LG&E has proposed as the lower range of the LGDS tariff, it is lower than that 1050, correct?
Correct.
Right. So LG&E is not insisting or not proposing that the RNG has to be at the level that it has already agreed to provide to its customers, correct? At 1050.
Based on that average.
Right. And then it also is proposing an average that is lower than the average that it's receiving from the interstate pipelines at 1060.
And that's a weighted average, right?
Yeah.
But it was definitely talked about before that there's a variation even on the interstate pipeline. Yes.
And LG&E asked a couple of questions in follow-up to your testimony, where you had mentioned that in many cases, the flow of RNG would result in a negligible impact to nearby gas heating values. And that was on page 6 of your testimony.
original testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's at line 24, if you want to look at that.
I'm there.
And then follow-up to that, LG&E asked a data request as to what does negligible mean? What is the definition of that? And your response was that there would not be a noticeable impact to nearby customers, and that that the local gas utility is responsible for performing this analysis. Is that correct?
I think we also said that we didn't have the data that was sufficient for us to do the modeling that would answer that question about impact.
Sure. But you agree that LG&E has submitted an analysis in this case that does measure that impact?
Under 4 static cases, yes.
Sure. And under those 4 static cases, one of which was an average cold day, approximately 2,500 customers may receive up to 49% of RNG, correct?
Under the static case that was presented, we believe the numbers that y'all generated for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on an average warm day, that number increases to 13,000 customers.
And based on the modeling that you provided, that's the data that's there.
Sure. I believe that's all the questions that I have, Mr. Keller.
Staff? We're back to clockwise now.
All right, Mr. Gellner, I want to start back at the very beginning of your testimony, if you don't mind. I believe it's on the first page. You talked about that you had worked directly with Louisville MSD on the Morris Forman Biosolids Processing Solution Project in an owner's advisory role. Can you explain a little bit about what that is?
Sure. So I mentioned before that Hazen and Sawyer we're a water and wastewater consulting firm, right? So we provide professional services. And we have worked with MSD for over 10 years on multiple projects with multiple roles. When we mentioned the owner's advisor role in the testimony, that's specifically related to the Biosolids Processing Solution Project, which is the $250 million project. As owner's advisor, our role is one, during the evaluation and planning for implementation of that project. We were heavily involved in looking at financial alternatives, different alternatives of ways to approach different parts of the project. As owner's advisor, we also are helping MSD to, we originally helped MSD to select a progressive design build team that would design and then also implement that solution. We are now in the construction stage where we're assisting MSD in the oversight of that construction, both from the standpoint of construction monitoring to make sure that the project is adequately constructed, as well as also helping with managing the contract that the contractor has with the owner.
So in that role, does Hazen and Sawyer have any sort of financial interest in seeing the project through?
So we do not have any financial interest per se. I think if you were talking about, let's say from here forward, if this project doesn't go forward, right, then we would not be providing services related to that. But I'll be clear and say that our interest is what's in the best interest of our owners. And I'm the first one to always stand up and say to our staff that we'll never pick something that's in our financial interest before our owner, the people that we work for. So if I'm being complete in the answer, I would say we would provide for professional services if this project moved forward, but that is not a major financial driver for us, and we'd never put that decision in front of Louisville MSD's best interest.
Okay. My next question is kind of related to your experience, not particularly on that issue, but you mentioned that you all advise many different water districts or companies. And do you have any current water or sewer clients who have production for RNG in place?
So, City of Raleigh, North Carolina currently has one in operation that we were involved in. And I'd be happy to provide dates on when those were in operation and others. And then there's another for the WSSC, which is a utility outside of Washington DC, who they are in the startup mode now with a similar RNG facility. Have various stages of evaluation and even collaboration with local utilities on things like some of the things we're talking about here. And again, glad to provide a list of those if that would be helpful.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm gonna change the topic a little bit now and talk about the propane. I know that Ms. Braun asked you several questions about the tax credit and like what you needed to qualify for the tax credit. And you gave her like 3 specific things that you needed to have in order to qualify for that. And you mentioned the first part being the renewable aspect, but you didn't say exactly which part of the request, like if you had to inject propane, would cause you issues with the tax credit. Could you be a little bit more specific in what issue you point to when you discuss you may not qualify?
So there's really nothing about adding the propane that would make us not qualify, if I understand your question, right?
Okay.
You know, when you talk about a renewable identification number, it has to come from a renewable source. You know, I would want to check through that to make sure that there wasn't some proportional adjustment that might need to be made with propane addition because it wouldn't be considered a renewable source. But overall, just adding the propane, and I don't think we've ever presented that as a reason why this wouldn't be feasible for us from the RNG perspective, right? The propane addition itself causes us an issue with feasibility because we don't have room on our site for that storage and feed facility based on safe distances and other things. And it also, from the financial point of view, when you look at it from the life cycle cost of the alternatives, it negatively impacts that alternative.
Okay. So, summarizing your testimony, though, I think that you all claimed that it could endanger $50 million in tax credits if you were required to implement the changes under the proposed tariff. Would you say that's not accurate now?
So, and could I take a minute to just go to that testimony?
Yes.
Which page are you speaking from for that one?
It's
You don't
page
mind?
5, I believe,
5.
and then it looks like it runs into the bottom of page 6
Sure.
and the top of page 7 as well. It looks like it's on page 5, lines 15 through 19? 15 through 19.
Correct. Yep, I got it here. So the Inflation Reduction Act, energy investment tax credits, was the tax credits that we were talking about in this response. Those IRA, if I could use that as the abbreviation, and then, you know, the investment tax credits that are associated with that, we're really focused on renewable gas production, right? And that's separate from renewable identification number credits and the financial piece of that, right? This was a separate program that was basically established by the federal government around COVID time as part of some of the reinvestment back in infrastructure for different projects, obviously trying to be an economic driver. So when we say, you know, we could potentially be eligible for those, yes, this project does play a role in that, because if we were looking at this project and we could qualify for this, when we looked at the way that we were going to implement this project, the potential vendors that were part of this could realize that tax credit. And what does that mean? What does that mean in terms of project feasibility? It means it looks better financially.
So, can I interrupt you? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Yeah.
So, when you made those statements, there's nothing specifically that you can point to as far as the tariff amendments that you were discussing, but instead, there are aspects of the feasibility and cost that were affected.
Correct.
More so.
Correct.
So, which in turn does affect you, but not in the, okay. That's what I just wanted to get some clarification on that.
Sure, and I would say that the timing of all of these things happening is very relevant to this, because in order to be eligible for IRA investment tax credits, the project had to be started by the end of 2024. So there was a timing issue with that too that was very important to us.
Well, I know that we've discussed kind of a timeline in the communications that were provided from LG&E, and it appeared based on some of those, and I will not get into the confidential, like, specifics of anything. It appeared based on those that some items, you all had undertaken some activity towards accomplishing the project. Is there a particular point that did you actually have to start construction in order to qualify? Was that?
So if we were going to qualify for those tax credits as part of the improvements that we would be making to produce RNG, right? The gas treatment system, you know, all of those different facilities that would be associated with that, we would have to have started by the end of this year. And that's substantially started, right? So, you know, we would be needing to break ground, order equipment, other things like that. So for us, the process is that we, in order for us to be eligible, right, and this was the questioning from before, we needed a place to actually be able to inject and transport renewable natural gas, right? So the acceptability and the feasibility of that being accepted by LG&E was a critical part of us even potentially moving forward on that. So we were, you know, we were trying to be proactive in reaching out. The first part of that correspondence shows November of 2022. Our goal in that was to collaborate with LG&E and try to figure out if we could help with assessing the feasibility of that, right? But really, the ultimate hearing back that it would be feasible was a big part of that. So to go back to your specific question about did we actually start construction, we did not start construction. And in fact, we have not proceeded forward with design or selection of vendors or anything like that on this project because of that question about the feasibility.
Well, I was gonna ask some other questions, but since you're talking about the project and the feasibility, I'll kind of skip around a little bit. Have you had a chance to review the draft interconnect study, or I'm sorry, interconnect agreement that LG&E submitted?
Is this the tariff or?
No, I believe it was in response to a data request. The staff's fourth data request. It is page 10 of 28, and I believe it's the first request, item 1.
Page 10, right?
Yes.
You said item 1.
Well, it was item 1, and actually, if you have not had a chance to review it, I'm not gonna ask you to do that. I can put my question in a post-hearing data request because it's rather lengthy, and so if you're not familiar with it, I'll just.
I would rather answer that by I have read it before, but I haven't studied it to that level, so.
Okay, yeah, both of my questions can be asked in a post-hearing data request, so I will include those. The other questions relate back to the propane that I have. On page 3 of your testimony, you state that delivery, storage, and injection of the propane or other fossil fuel would pose a significant health and safety hazard. Could you describe that a little more fully, please? Like what your view of the health and safety hazards are?
So from the standpoint of the propane on site at the Morris Foreman Treatment Facility, we say health and safety standards, right? That's what we group together in terms of the phrase, right? Health and safety. So obviously there are always health impacts to any sort of exposure that might be there, but really the primary driver for a concern is relative to the safety requirements, right? So we have a highly flammable gas that will be part of a new delivery system and a storage system on site. I mentioned before that really for us, we don't have the available area to make this safe and have the required code distances, right? So there's an infeasibility associated with the square footage that's required to achieve that system, to achieve a safe and code compliant system.
Okay. Well, I think there's several places in your testimony where you describe the hazards as significant, including a place on page 6 where you're discussing the RNG gas flow. With regard to that, how would you define significant as it relates to the way you use it in your testimony, both on this page and just generally?
This is page 6. Could you give me a line that you're looking at specifically so I key on it, please? Maybe it's on a different page.
It may not be page 6, and I apologize. It may just be on page 3.
Well, it's a fair question, right? What's significant mean? Right, and I would say that the health and safety of the employees and the operators that work on site is top priority, as you might imagine, right? So us defining significant in terms of a very quantifiable number, it's this, it's significant. If it's this, it's not. I'm not sure I can answer that question. What we believe and what we feel about this is that one, us importing a very flammable gas onto the site is problematic. It's not insurmountable, but it's problematic, right? It creates another hazard that we need to account for and be very intentional and reasonable in our approach to that. So can we do it? Yes. But again, I mentioned before that the site that we have, cannot accommodate this with the safe distances and the operating piece of this. So for us to state it's no impact at all would be a misstatement, right? For us to say that there's some impact, yeah, I'd agree with that, right? To say that it's a big impact, I think I could make that argument based on other processes on site, right? We have digester gas already, so operating staff are used to operating in and around digester gas and flammable liquids, but this is a bit more, right? And it's an importation, so we've got truck unloading and other things that we're dealing with there. So I apologize, I can't give you a defined metric of what significant is, but for us, it's a pretty significant consideration here in terms of the way we would approach the design of this.
I guess that leads me into my next question then. what is MSD's plan if the proposed tariff revisions are adopted without modification?
We will basically go to really reusing as much of that gas as we can internal to the Morris Foreman site behind the meter, right? There wouldn't be any injection back into the system at all. And if you look at the three alternatives that we presented before, that's the next best alternative relative to the financial advantage.
I think that and I think we've covered this. Are you aware of any interstate or intrastate pipeline or LDC with an RNG BTU requirement as high as the 1035 BTU requirement that LG&E is recommending?
I am not.
Okay. And then, does this minimum requirement eliminate RNG from being injected into LG&E's system, short of injecting the gas with propane or another fossil fuel to increase the BTUs relative to MSD?
Well, so if you look at any renewable natural gas source, we know that the primary energy source is through methane, right? And so the heating value of methane can never meet that high of standard, right? So I want to be careful in how I answer this, because the answer to the question is no, we cannot make the gas have that heating value without adding a higher BTU value gas to what we're producing if we're trying to meet that standard.
Trying to figure out if I can ask my questions without going into the remainder of my questions without going into confidential session, and I will try. I will keep them
Okay.
I will keep them general, best I can. And I know that Ms. Braun asked you about the exhibit that LG&E provided, the TCR1 exhibit. I'll let you, just let me know when you have it.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I know that you mentioned to Ms. Braun basically that you don't have any reason to disagree with the modeling based on the information that LG&E used. Is that an accurate statement?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, but is there some particular feature of those models that you all believe doesn't accurately represent what would happen if MSD injected the RNG into the system?
So there's two parts to this answer. But they're related also. So one of the facts about these models is that I used the statement before, static, right? Or I used that descriptor before, right? So if you think about this from the standpoint of what we modeled, right? This is a model where we basically say we're representing one point in time, and that point could be 10 seconds, it could be an hour, it could be 24 hours, right? But it's certainly not representative of what happens over an entire year, right? In terms of overall impact. So that's the first point of this is that if you look at this and you say, yes, in one of these cases, it impacts this many customers and 49%. Am I okay to say 49%? 49% of the gas that's showing up at that meter on that given day in that given moment is RNG. That means one thing to the customer, right? But that's that one moment. That's not the cumulative impact over a given year. So if I could, I want to make that point that these are static cases, and I agree they're good bookends in terms of potential extremes, but it doesn't really capture the cumulative impact over a given year and what the real dynamic might be in terms of the BTU outcome, right? We know there's variation on the interstate pipeline. We know that because LG&E provided monthly average numbers, right? So there could be a case where there's really high BTU value from the interstate pipeline, right, that has a different impact on that. So this doesn't represent the cumulative impact. When I say over a given year, what does that customer see, right? That's the first part. The second part is that the consumption of gas that Louisville MSD is projecting is in many cases is more than what we anticipate producing in terms of RNG. Now, again, when we've given those numbers before, that's a static number, right? That's a this is the average amount that we're going to see. This could be the maximum amount we're going to see. So realize that when we say, hey, we've got gas going into the system, there may be times where there is no gas going into the system. If we could have a system where the gas that's basically injected back could be reused by Morris Forman. So in those cases, that overall percentage impact on these static cases might be less as well. So please, I want to clarify with one of the opening points that folks were making about impact to customers, right? It wouldn't be a fair representation to say that MSD wants to negatively impact any customer, right? But what we are saying is that this simulation, again, static, and it does not capture the cumulative impact over time, and it does not capture the dynamics that could happen in interstate pipeline gas or in the differential gas that would actually enter LG&E's system.
Well, that leads me to, I think, what may be my last question is, you mentioned that you don't want to negatively impact LG&E's ratepayers. And so what if MSD runs the modeling in conjunction with LG&E, and the modeling demonstrates that the injection of RNG will arguably adversely affect, let's say 8,500 customers.
It's really,
What would MSD's position be then?
but it relates to your question about what we define as significant, right? Because what is that impact, right? And that is one of the things that's really difficult in this question, right? There has been testimony and specific statements made about some variation that happens, right, with this system, right? So I don't have an answer for what an acceptable variation is, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Reagan?
I don't have anything.
Commissioner Stacy?
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, describe to me how you described your interest based upon her question.
Yeah, I was
in the
trying.
beginning.
I was trying to be very careful in the answer because, we do not have any investment, we do not have any tied to any RNG companies, we do not have any connection to that whatsoever, right? What I was trying to be was complete in my answer to say that, Hazen and Sawyer, we provide professional services, right? So the truth is if this project went forward, and assuming MSD, was still comfortable with us helping them with this project, we would have people that are working to assist in the implementation. So I wanted to be clear that is financial, that is an impact, right? But I also followed that up to say that, in my role as regional manager, I've made many different decisions that are in our financial interest because our client's interest is paramount to us, right? So
Did you describe yourself as some kind of as an ownership interest, or did I just misunderstand that?
no, we do not have any ownership interest in RNG whatsoever, right? We're a water and wastewater consulting firm. How we make money is we give people our time and expertise.
Okay. You indicated that you'd had one other project that you had worked on that was similar to this, and where was that?
So that's in Raleigh, North Carolina right now. That's one that's in operation.
And does it use propane on that project?
It does not use propane.
And what's the difference in that project and this project? One uses propane, the other one proposes to use propane.
So, you know, and I would like to provide more details so that we get all of those details to you. But there are a couple differences that I know generally, right? One is I believe that is injected in a different pipeline, right? It's a different utility and a different client,
And
right?
what's the
But
source of that gas?
the source of that gas is the wastewater treatment plant in Raleigh, North Carolina, right? The new
Similar to
river
this?
facility. It's similar to this in terms of the generation of that material. And again, happy to, we can provide more project details to get specific.
Now, you said that the property here on this project it fits, it's too close, it fits, there's not enough space for propane storage, is that what you're kind of indicating? And it creates some kind of a safety concern?
Well, so the Morris Foreman site, right, is, there's a long history with the Morris Foreman wastewater treatment plant. But it's really surrounded by, you know, a bunch of other property owners and other industries, right? So we've got a limited footprint that we're working with. And so when we look at the site area, you know, my reason for saying that is we truly don't have that site area available.
You didn't consider acquiring more property?
So we could consider acquiring more property for sure. So.
But you haven't yet?
Well, we have some adjacent properties, so yes, it could be possible. But, you know, the operating cost and then the health and safety concerns, the operating cost of that in and of itself is really a primary driver for us.
So you're basically, when the credits that you're talking about, these are credits that can be sold and traded, correct?
Correct.
You know, is there a particular market, is there a particular place these credits are sold?
Well, typically it's in the transportation market, right?
No, I mean, is there a particular market entity that they are sold on?
So EPA moderates that credit, and then there are brokers that basically buy and sell.
Do you know what
I don't know
those are
the
selling
specific
for?
brokers' names. I'm happy to get that for you.
Do you have an idea of about what those credits are selling for now?
There is there's a variation in those credits, right? And I don't know the market value today. Where natural gas might be, you know, $4 to $5 an MMBTU, and again, I'm just pulling numbers out. These might be 20 to 25 when the market's good, right? But then if the market's bad, it could be significant. I shouldn't use the word significant. Could be less than that.
Is it safe to say, though, that the market has been trending up significantly for this product?
Yes, it has, right? And the financial analysis we did on these alternatives really looked at a high and low range of this too, right? Because we wanted to make sure we were we were taking a complete look at the risks of high and low market conditions for sure.
So this has been selling somewhere between the low 20s to the high 20s, something like that?
And again, I'd love to check it to make sure I'm not entering something in that's grossly incorrect, right? But looking at the graphs that I've been looking at, that's probably
So
not bad.
did those market conditions, did that affect this project, how you looked at it and the feasibility of this project? In case you couldn't work with LG&E, you could then turn around and sell those, and it looks like that increasingly, though, that product is gonna be more valuable as we move forward.
So, you know, if we were trying to predict the market, I think the argument might be that the interest in renewable energy in various shapes and forms, right, would be something that we would see increasing in value.
Yeah. And so did you make some kind of an assumption that, you know, I'm sure you probably have, I'm probably asking a question that you already know the answer to, but that, look, if we can't work out a deal here, then we can move ahead with this project and capture this product, and then we can sell it on the market and still make this project feasible for the Metropolitan Sewer District.
So we've certainly looked at those alternatives big picture, right? And if we talk about the other pathway that could be possible, right, what would it require if we can't put this on the transportation side, you know, in the pipeline for transportation? It would mean that Louisville would have to store that gas and probably sell it to local customers for transportation purposes. That does impact the feasibility, and when we did that analysis, we tried to look at a range of those, the RIN market values, right? And I think I made the statement before that you know, the alternative that we really kick back to when we take those other things into account is using that gas, not making it a renewable natural gas, but using it on site. So when we look at the range of all those costs, the feasibility of this really does come back to that.
But when you say you would prefer to use that gas on site rather than sell it in the open market for $25 an MCF or something, wouldn't that be a pretty wasteful use of this product?
Well, it would be, right? But there are other costs that then start paring away at that financial advantage, right, of the alternative. One is, you know, we've got to build an RNG filling station. We have to make sure that there's market customers, right? Because if we can't sell it, then we don't make the dollars, right? Because we have to stop production. So there are all those things that affect the return, even when I say I can go and get that increased credit value because of those other costs that go along with that. So that's why I'm saying we kind of come back to, in that case, we would say it's probably still in our best interest to basically use it behind the meter. None of it gets injected into LG&E. We use less LG&E gas. They don't get any transport revenue from RNG, right? And we keep it and try to maximize the use on site.
So based upon your revenue forecast of this project, this project is feasible, whether it goes into LG&E's pipeline, or you keep it on site and use it, or you sell this product on the market. And you know, you sell the product on the market to someone, or sell the credits to someone.
So
Wouldn't that be a safe assumption?
well,
It's feasible either way, kind of.
projects there are a lot of alternatives that would be feasible if you just looked at it and said, hey, can we actually implement this, right? I think that where those alternatives rank for us is from the financial advantage point of view, right? And again, this is not profit. This is offsets on operating costs that go back into the overall dollars for MSD. The financial advantage is being in the RNG market, right? The most advantageous way to do that is to get it into a distribution system where we would be then eligible for somebody else to buy those credits and buy that gas, right? So that we would realize that the RIN credit part of that.
Well, that's not really exactly what I asked.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
Even if you couldn't get into somebody's pipeline and you had to transport it in some other fashion, have your forecast shown that this project is feasible either way?
It depends on what you consider the transport, and I mentioned that our next, the other
I'm
alternative.
sorry to interrupt you, but I'm
Yeah.
just gonna get right down to it.
Yeah,
So if you if you're gonna transport it, if you did a study on this, you had to come up with some kind of a transport method. So based upon your studies and the transport methods that you used, this project was still feasible in that way too, right?
But if we have to transport it by another method, it's not as financially viable as keeping the gas on site.
But it is financially viable.
Any project is feasible to implement. I'm not trying to be
Now,
difficult, right?
you said, you used the word financially viable. Now, is it still financially viable?
The keeping the gas on site is the better alternative of the two. I'm not trying to be difficult, right?
If you keep the gas on site, do you still get to sell credits?
No.
Okay. All right, well, I guess we can assume, based upon the summary of what you're saying, is that whether or not you put it in the pipeline and give it to LG&E, or you do some other method, either sell it or you use it on site, it's still, there's a viable project here.
We will still reuse the gas in some fashion
Okay.
as part of this.
That's basically what I was asking. Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay. Probably shouldn't ask this question, probably gonna regret it, but along those same lines, about the value of these credits and the fact that they're trending upward, were projections done to see whether that trend upward or the rise in value continues regardless of yesterday's election results?
So we looked at a high and a low range, and I don't have those values in front of me related to that, right? So even with the trend upward, right, the way that we looked at that high and low range, we're still within the range of the values that we have. So have we gone and said, gosh, well, over the past 5 months or whatever, that number's much higher, so we should adjust our range? We haven't adjusted the range to that. And
So-
part of it is because it's a volatile market, right, too, so we'd be gambling in a way, right, if we got too aggressive with our values.
I was thinking that they might have been worth a whole lot more. The projection for what they were worth was maybe, depending, if there was a different result from yesterday's election, is it still viable?
So
It may have been like worth a lot more yesterday, but it's still viable today.
So when we did the alternative analysis, and I'm not trying to be difficult with my answers, but
And I'm not trying to
viable
be
and-
difficult with my
No,
question either.
It's the evaluation that we did had a range of those potential RIN credit values. Right, so if you looked at all three of the alternatives that we went through, they're all projects we could go out and say, we're gonna go and do these today, right? Even today, sitting here today, we would say that the RNG project, when you look at it from a life cycle cost perspective, is the best financial alternative for us, based on those numbers that we put together before, right? When we add the propane to that, the operating cost associated with that, the facility we have to build, and we're looking at that annualized cost, it brings that down to where it's not as feasible. Wrong word. It's not as, there is not a financial advantage to do it in that case for MSD, right? So you say, well, how can that be? It's because of those operating costs, right? And there are other costs associated with that. The RIN credits sound great in terms of the cost, but there's other management costs associated with that too. So all we're saying is when we figure that in, the cost of those comes to be equal with keeping it behind the meter, right? The gas behind the meter and just using it within MSD's facility itself, right? So that's what we're saying with this, right?
Are all of the affected LG&E customers also MSD sewage customers? Is it 100% overlap?
I don't know, we would have to check on that. I don't know that I can say that definitively.
And you said that adding propane in and of itself does not eliminate these tax credits that you'd be entitled to,
Correct.
but it might reduce them.
And again, I was leaving myself the opportunity just to
Okay.
review to make sure that there
That's fine.
wasn't a proportional issue with that.
When, in response to staff's question, I heard you to say basically, if this tariff is adopted as proposed, that then MSD would not be interested in going forward with the project.
Correct.
Is that Hazen and Sawyer, or are you speaking for MSD?
I'm sorry if I was being too direct with that, but our evaluation of that really indicates to us that we would not be moving forward with the RNG project. So I can, if I could state, we could get that clarification from MSD in writing if you'd like. But it is me talking about that, but collectively, we've talked about it that way.
So you are speaking for MSD?
So we've collectively talked, and again, all I'm saying is I would offer up MSD's definitive statement themselves if that's beneficial. I should have said it that way.
Okay. Is there another injection point for the RNG that would prevent the potential for these discriminatory rates that we're potentially subjecting customers to that are downstream from this injection point? Did you look at alternatives for other injection points? Is that something
So-
that's possible?
So we've certainly asked that question. Where we sit on the evaluation side of this is that we're not able to evaluate that, right? Because that's something that we have to get from LG&E.
Gotcha. So you don't want to pay the increased tariff rate, and you don't want to inject propane. And if we make you do either of those things, it is no longer going to be feasible.
So increased, like, we don't want to pay the increased tariff and we don't want to add propane.
You're not going to do either one of them.
Well, so the issue for us with the tariff is the heating value, right? We've said our plan for RNG includes meeting all the other requirements of the tariff, meaning all the other quality constituents, everything else, right? The investment that we were talking about really meets all those other requirements, right? So it's not that MSD isn't willing to do the project, it's just not, why would they do a project that isn't financially better than just keeping it on site if that's the case?
Okay.
That's,
How much would it cost you? Have you estimated what the cost would be to, over a year, over a month, over any time period? What exactly do you know what the cost would be for adding propane to increase the heat?
we estimated $750,000 for the propane itself, right? That's separate
Per
from.
year?
Per year.
Okay.
But that's separate from the capital cost of the propane storage facility, right? So
And you have an adjacent site you could use for the propane storage?
MSD owns adjacent property, right? It would be, if you think about it from the standpoint of what that would take is you would basically be crossing Algonquin Parkway for that adjacent property to use the propane, right? If you put it on that site. If you were saying, hey, let's find the available area, it would be, yeah, you could do it. You could do it. It is engineering possible to do that, right? Is it financially as good as keeping the gas on site? Probably not, right?
So that would eliminate the safety concerns, but again, we're back to
And again, I'm sorry that significant was the word that was in the testimony from that standpoint, right? But the health and safety concerns would still be there with propane storage, and that would be something that we would deal with if we were implementing propane.
By LG&E witness Reith's reckoning, there would still be substantial net revenue even with the additional propane cost. Do you disagree with that?
So again, when you look at it from the net present value point of view, I'm still saying that when we do that, when we take the annualized cost of the capital associated with that as well, it reduces the feasibility of this project to the point that keeping it on site would be a better choice for MSD.
See, your representation is that you won't accept any smaller amount of revenue than the exact one that's proposed.
And again, it's not that we wouldn't accept a smaller amount of revenue, right? It's not like we say, hey, we want just this, right? That's the only condition we'll be under. That's not what we're saying. I think what we're saying is that propane injection causes an additional cost and causes an additional challenge for MSD that brings that alternative back to something that looks like the alternative where we keep the gas behind the meter and we use it as beneficially as we can on site, as much of it as we can.
But even with the costs of these, or the value of these tax credits rising, as we've discussed, the margin is that small that you would not be interested. We either implement your proposal as is, without this additional tariff, and potentially, likely, discriminate against customers based on where they are along the pipeline, or you're gonna pull out of this.
And we're not, that isn't part of, that certainly isn't, that's not part of the discussion around this tariff. His statement
It is
of.
for us.
Well, that we're gonna pull, I guess I don't understand what that we're gonna pull out of RNG as the potential, right? Is that, I mean, MSD's decision on what they do with this once the tariff would be in place in that case, we're just stating what the likely outcome would be, right? And that's, if I have presented it in some sort of other way that is overbearing or otherwise, that's not my intent.
Not overbearing,
That's
just,
not my
that's the
intent.
decision we're faced with here.
Well, I think that there,
I mean, you've mentioned a few different ways that there might have been compromise. There might have been the possibility to inject it somewhere else. We didn't really look at that. There is an adjacent site, but we didn't really look at that. And
well,
then,
but the part that, we did ask LG&E if there were alternate injection locations.
You did.
Right? We did ask
Okay.
that, right? We haven't evaluated it, and I was
Gotcha.
specific on the reason why we didn't do that.
and
right.
if you were specific on the reason you didn't do that, I might have missed it if it was anything other than it costs more.
No, that wasn't it at all, right? And we've been, we have talked about that at multiple occasions about, is there another injection site that would get us out of this question of the impact that you all feel like there is here? Is there a better one, right? Bigger pipeline, higher pressure, other things like that, for sure. So we have asked that question. Have we evaluated it? We can't, right? We don't have that data. We don't have that model, right? That's LG&E's model that they're using to do those projections.
Redirect?
Sure, Madam Chair. Couple of things. At the beginning of the
the questions I asked Mr. Reef as well, there were a lot of questions that you got about blending propane in. Is there an OSHA concern with that?
So blending propane, right? The facilities associated with that, there is OSHA compliance issues, right? And I think we did speak to health and safety concerns, and that's one of them, right? We've got to comply with the OSHA standards related to that. That's part of what drives the area requirement for that storage and feed system.
Yeah, and I'm referencing specifically the Clean Air Act and the RMP rule. Is that something that you're familiar with?
Sure, the risk management plans, that's another consideration with storage of any highly flammable gas on site, right? That you have to have appropriate plans in place to mitigate risk.
Commissioner Stacy asked you a lot of questions about well, not a lot, but a couple of questions relative to the other project that you have in Raleigh. Are you aware of what the minimum heating value is associated with that project?
I don't have that in front of me right now. I would love to be able to provide that detail.
Okay.
So,
You didn't run into the same problem in Raleigh that you are here.
no, and I'm just saying, I'm not certain of what that tariff requirement is or the injection requirements are there specifically, right? But again, in my mind, in what I know, it is not a higher BTU value. They're not blending it with propane. So,
Chair Haddon asked you a question as well about whether or not you were familiar with any other utilities across the country in your experience that had as high of a minimum BTU value that LG&E is proposing here. Given what you know and your experience with RNG, what is the likelihood in your mind that any other RNG providers are going to come in and want to do this with propane?
I'm going to object to the extent that that would call for speculation as to what other renewable providers may or may not do.
I think he can answer if he knows.
it certainly makes it more difficult for a project to be financially feasible, and that's just for the obvious reasons, right? That there's an additional cost associated with those systems that you have to include in your analysis.
In your experience, are you familiar with any projects that are blending in propane?
I'm not myself, but I'm happy to go and ask if we need to, right? So, but I'm not aware of any.
There were several questions that you got from Chair Hatton as well about the injection points and whatnot. Just so we're clear and so the commissioners understand, is there a way by which, in your mind, that MSD could feed gas into the LG&E system and then also take gas at a fairly high level?
Is there, I want to make sure you're asking, is there a way that we could inject the gas into the service line and then be able to use that gas from the service line before it would enter the distribution system, but still be available to enter the distribution system, which would be a requirement for RNG, and we feel like there is a way to do that.
Okay. No further questions?
I have one follow-up. So in the option that you just mentioned, that you were responding to Mr. Malone's question, so if the gas, if it was going to be fed into the service line and then returned back to MSD, you would agree that only the amounts that MSD would be consuming could be passed back through there, correct?
That's correct, and what we're saying with that is that if you did that, there would still be times where that some gas would enter the distribution system. If I could use distribution and service line as kind of my delineation there, right? So yes, I'm agreeing that only the amount that MSD would potentially use would be reduced from whatever that production level is.
Yeah, But the problem in that scenario is that if it is directed back into MSD, there cannot be additional gas put on in excess of what is being taken. Otherwise, there will be an over-pressurization of that service line, which would result in a safety concern to MSD and LG&E, correct?
And in the way that you're thinking about it downstream of that pressure meter, right? I agree with you. You can't produce more at that point, right?
Right.
But we've already said, hey, we can boost the pressure to whatever we need it to be, right? So why can't there be a place upstream of that meter where you put it in where most of it would be fed through the meter and any of the rest would go out of the service line?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about the scenario where you're saying it would all go back to MSD. Because if it goes back into the system, we have the same problem that we've been discussing about the discriminatory rates and impact on other customers. I
And what-
apologize if I misunderstood.
Well, no, and I think we are talking about the same thing on that. Our point in that is that when you look at it, MSD is basically saying that they need gas from LG&E if we're gonna produce RNG that's gonna go out into the system and be sold, right? What we're saying is that over the differential of that net production, right, is different than the total production. You agree with that, right?
Yeah,
So there are times where that amount of differential gas would enter the distribution system, right? And so if you say it's discriminatory in any way, I would say that the projection of the numbers that you have, again, we're saying we don't want to be discriminatory either, but that delta is much different than taking the total
sure.
into the system. That's the point of what I was saying.
But isn't the other solution to that, instead of saying, okay, if MSD is putting on 50 and taking 50, let's say they're putting on 60, wouldn't the solution be to then just have MSD continue to flare that 10, that difference? Because that's what you're doing now, correct? With your, with the.
Anything that we can't use now.
Right, so wouldn't that be the solution, either to use it behind the meter as you are, or flare it, and then there is no impact to customers, correct? If there is that match and it's directing back.
So it is possible, right? And it is something that would potentially reduce the financial advantage of the project, right, from that standpoint, right? Because if you think about it, whatever you produce that you can't use or sell, right, that's an impact to the overall project.
I have no further questions.
If I would-
Promise I'll be fast. Just real quick, if MSD injects into the pipeline under the current tariff, and it's not amended in any way, is it your position that the quality of gas that all the customers would be receiving in the system is the same?
I don't want to be difficult in my answer, but I can't answer that myself, right? We've heard from LG&E that is not the case. And again, I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm not trying to say I disagree with that statement about there being a difference in gas value, so.
That's all I have.
Okay, anything further from the commissioners?
Yeah.
Further redirect? All right. We're all hungry. I made us go through lunch. Sorry about that. I'm hungry too. All right. I have two exhibits. I have Intervenors Exhibit 1, and I have LG&E Exhibit 1. I don't know of anything else that needs to be omitted.
I failed to move to introduce the data response. That is in the record, but the
page.
the chart was not. So if we can mark that as LG&E Exhibit 2, please.
So,
No problem.
page 1 is Exhibit 1,
I'm sorry. It's,
and the other 10 pages are Exhibit 2?
no, that's the MSD exhibit. The Exhibit 1 was the heating values chart.
Yeah.
And then we handed out a copy. It was MSD's response to item 3. Yes, that would be Exhibit 2.
There we go.
the EIA chart.
Yeah, the EIA chart was not previously in the record. It was cited, but the material itself had not been provided.
And I did not have that marked, so I'm glad you said so. So that will be LG&E 2.
Yes, please.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, any other motions at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. When can you get, staff's post-hearing data requests out? Would November 13th work?
Yes.
We can do 13.
And Mr. Malone, you said you have one as well?
Yes, Your Honor, that'd be fine. The 13th is fine.
Okay. And then how long would LG&E need to respond? Can we do November 27th? I know that's, I think maybe the day before Thanksgiving, but,
Yeah, because I think 2 weeks then takes us past Thanksgiving, so
Yeah.
into that, so yes. I think we could do the 27th, or, no,
Yep.
but, yeah, that's what.
okay. Have them out by the 13th, answered by the 27th. And, I mean, I could give you till December 2nd if you need it.
You guys are gonna be done.
They're dying to work through
27th.
Thanksgiving.
27th.
I want to hear it from your families. Okay. Then the final order will be due on January 29th. Do we know already if we want to be able to do briefs?
We'd like to.
Okay. Let's do simultaneous initial briefs by December 4th. And simultaneous response briefs then on December 18th.
Sounds good.
All right, final order again due January 29th. Okay. Anything else? Okay, it's my favorite part. I get to use my gavel. Should never have given me this thing. All right, we're adjourned.